Team manager Australia, team captain for men's Sabre team captain Australia to the DT.
just got one for the mask.
And then what is the rate for?
First, not going on guard when I called him and wagging his finger at me twice. This is unacceptable. I called him on guard.
22 years career, never seen this cook. No, I don't understand. This was not understand.
I got
You've been fussy, you're beating him for something that makes no sense at all.
Okay.
And let your
Okay.
feelings
On
go
the
off
piece.
and you charge. It's really wrong. You know, this
I
is-
got
Should the referee with your hand.
Can I tell you something honestly?
Let them ask everything.
And that one,
It was very far because it would have been.
this is the first time, like, I fell on guard. It was like, like how many times? Not mine. Just you.
Oh, sorry? And we have the team manager for Australia Junior Women's
Ataca Coach, carrera, Coach Squad.
Will fence Wales, represented by Donna Fielding, Louise Castaner.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to the University of East London Sports Dock, and it is the start of our commentary coverage of Day 8, and we are beginning with the semi-final stages of the junior team events. So it's the last day of the junior team events, and we have 3 junior team competitions taking place for you today on Fencing Vision's coverage of the 2022 Commonwealth Fencing Championships. We also have coverage of the veteran men's individual foil and the veteran women's individual epee. And we will be covering the junior team events throughout the sort of early stages of this afternoon, and then we will pick up the action with the veteran men's foil and the veteran women's epee. On blue, yellow, red and green, it is semi-final time, and it's junior men's foil and junior women's epee up first. So, who have we got for you? On blue, which is where you'll see our piece coverage, it will be the Scotland junior men's foil team taking on Malaysia. Meanwhile, on yellow, the other semi-final in that competition, Canada take on England. On the green and red pieces is the junior women's epee team competitions. On green, England will be taking on Wales, and on red, India will be taking on Australia. And you can follow any one of those matchups if you go to the Fencing Vision YouTube page and pick the stream of the coloured piece that you want. But the commentary coverage that we have today and where we will be starting is with this junior men's foil team competition, and we will be starting with Scotland versus Malaysia. If that match finishes and there are still matches underway, we will of course jump across, and if it looks like we're getting into a match that is particularly interesting or particularly tight right at the end, then we will also jump across to that if there's a closing stages of anything to be seen. But for now, we will be beginning with junior men's foil, Scotland on our right, Malaysia on our left. And the Scotland team, really fascinating Scottish team. They are made up of the individual gold and silver medalists, Callum Penman and Jamie Cook. So then, first leg of 9 underway. And it's Callum Penman, individual silver medalist, starting us off for Scotland. Strong start from Malaysia. So then, Sharif of Malaysia, he is on our left. Penman of Scotland, he is on our right. We saw this in the individual final when we were watching Penman against Cook. We saw Penman he's really patient, particularly on the attack. He takes his time, really working to set it up, and he just waits, and invites the counter-attack or invites the finish. And he doesn't give up a lot of mistakes. And then from that, he can then exploit all of the range of actions that he does have and uses that really strong variety to score his hits. It was a good, strong opening attack from Sharif, but Penman just neutralizes it, and he will hand over a 5-1 lead to Jamie Cook, the individual junior gold medalist. I did, of course, get that wrong when talking about the junior women's foil yesterday, so I'm just going to double check. Make sure I'm not talking nonsense for you here today. What a relief. So Harris finished 31st in the individual. Sharif, we just saw he was the highest finish for Malaysia. He finished 11th in the individual. And so, yeah, this top-seeded Scottish team, they are very, very strong. You're going to see just dynamism from Jamie Cook. Whether he's in attack or whether he's in defense, you're going to see his feet working fast. He's going to be changing distance. He's going to be changing direction. That's a nice action from Harris. A couple of times Harris has attacked off the line, and he's giving Jamie Cook the opportunity to build an attack, but it's also not really a bad tactic, you know, just not giving Jamie Cook options in the middle. But as I said, it skips in and Cook is straight through to score. It's nice to see Harris looking to put Cook under pressure in the middle of the piece. It may mean that he risks, you know, inviting attacks on preparation from Cook, but he's going to have to try and get some kind of... he's going to have to get control of this match, because you feel that if Jamie Cook is able to fence this fight at his pace, it's just really not going to go well for the Malaysian team. So it's nice to see Harris looking to try and set some attacks of his own up. But actually, Jamie Cook's now just showing the class that he's got in the middle of the piece. And Cook just picks up the blade. Good from Harris, really good. You can see just how dynamic and aggressive Jamie Cook is when he's fencing when he's back and forth and changing direction, changing distance. And it's really hard not to just match that pace because someone's really bringing speed. Nice finish. It's not a bad leg from Harris, but it just felt like Cook had so many different ways that he could score his points. He could score in the middle, he could take his time. Yeah, he landed a couple of strong attacks off the line, but then he also worked his points patiently, taking a long time to set them up. So it's very, very difficult. Harris did fence well. He kept good distance on his attacks. He worked hard on defense, but Jamie Cook is the individual champion for a reason. Cook now will hand over to Lachlan Jarvie. And Jarvie, the lowest finish of the 4 Scottish fencers in this team, in the individual, and he still finished 7th. Like, this is a tremendously talented Scottish team. And look at that round the back of his head from Lachlan Jarvie. Kamalanathan on for Malaysia, but Jarvie's just looking smooth, looking calm. All of these fencers fenced for Scotland. Penman, Jarvie and Cook fenced for Scotland in the senior team event as well, and they were able to achieve silver in the senior team. They will be really just off the individual performances. Like, this Scottish team will be seriously favoured. And it is lovely counter-attack though from Kamalanathan as Jarvie's building. He gets big with his preparation, he gets big with his hand, and there's only one way that he's going to finish, which is to chest. Kamalanathan can just set himself up to block it. Good change of tempo here from Jarvie, and Jarvie's just accelerating the scoring now. Penman and Cook, they were really patient in their build-up. They were taking their time constructing the points, but Jarvie is just upping the pace, and this is already potentially danger signs for Malaysia. 9 touches the lead, and we're not even at the end of the 3rd leg. Jarvie drops short, skips in with the remise. He's furious it landed off target though. Kamalanathan, for me, just looks a bit passive when he's defending. He's putting the point out, but look at how easily he's giving ground, and he's not really skipping back in. Like, he's coming so far out, and then when he's skipping in, he's not skipping into an aggressive distance. He's skipping into quite a neutral distance. Like, there's not a huge amount of pressure on Jarvie, who can just take his time to line up the attack and score. If he's going to be looking to play that in and out game, the out is fine, but the in has to be so much deeper and more aggressive. You can see, like, Jarvie's got a lot of time to set up his attacks, and Kamalanathan he's kind of in no man's land on his distance. Like, he's he's finding the blade well, and that's kind of what's keeping him on the front foot here. But if Jarvie's able to get any room to set up his attack, which he does there, then yeah, you can see that Lachlan Jarvie was just really able to get lots of time to set up the attack really as he wanted it. So then Penman back on for Scotland, Harris back on for Malaysia. Harris in that 2nd leg against Cook went 5-1, but yeah, the lead already 11 touches, and we're only in the 3rd period. Malaysia going to need to start to impose something on their on this Scottish team if they're going to get anything out of this match. Just looking around the hall on yellow, England into a 14-2 lead over Canada, looking just as dominant as the Scottish team. You would expect at the start of the day, probably the Scottish and English teams maybe will have looked at like being favourites for the final. So it's maybe no surprise to see them both looking really strong in the sort of third and fourth legs. On green, England leading Wales by 13 points to 7. That's in the third leg. And on red, close matchup between India and Australia. India just leading by 13 points to 12 in the fourth. And so when we talked about that distance on defence in the previous leg, we talked about Kamalanathan not getting in close enough to really cause doubt in... nice, lovely from Harris. We talked about Kamalanathan not really when he's going in close, he wasn't going in close enough to really cause any proper doubt in Jarvi's mind. Kamalanathan much closer when he's defending, holding much better distance. But Penman, look at that, he's in, and as Harris is looking to build, he's just taking his time, he's rocking in, he's rocking out, and Penman skips in and scores. Twice now, Penman's looked to collect the big parry to go to shoulder. Building up patiently now. And Penman just misses. He's built up the attack. He actually made the first counter-attack from Harris miss, but maybe it was a more aggressive counter-attack than he was looking for, than he was expecting. Maybe the distance was closer than he was expecting. You can see he wasn't really in sort of the best position, which is probably really explains that miss. The referee just wants to look at this. Is there any hint of a preparation from Harris? Yes, there is. Harris prepares, and Penman just seizes the moment as there's that break up in rhythm, and he's able to skip in and score. You know, and when you're talking about distance, like Penman keeps his distance so close. He's able to do it because he really backs that parry. He's really very strong, just finding the blade, and then when it's in close, like it was then, he will always find his way to the target. Being able to find parries like that so late and so clean will just give him so much confidence. It means that he backs himself to hold a very close distance. Where's the attack with? Referee says that both fencers look to take the blade, so it's the attack with Malaysia and it's off target. Penman pinned to his back line, holds his defence firm. Harris lands off target. He will look to be keeping Penman pressed here. He wants to consolidate it. He's done a lot of work to get Penman onto his back line like this. But we talked about the late parry, and Penman, it's got 1 foot hanging on the line. He's crouched right at the back, and he still finds a parry and still finds the riposte. Really good, confident defending from Callum Penman, the individual silver medalist. It looks like Malaysia are making a change. Possibly that's Sharif with Jason Lee coming on for him. We'll see later on. Sharif would be back on in... probably for Harris. Harris will be back on in a couple of legs, so we'll just have a look at that. But 6:20, 26 now, the lead for Scotland. Jarvi back on for his second against Sharif, who went down to a 1-5 defeat against Penman in the first. It's a good press from Sharif, it really is, and it just gets too close. He's holding distance really well all the way down the piece, but what he doesn't anticipate is the fact that the back line, as Jarvi comes towards the back line, distance will naturally just start to collapse. It will naturally just get closer. And so it's holding wide here, holding wide here, holding wide here. Now it closes in, and this is a much better finish from Sharif. Needs to recognize just the impact that the back line has on distance. This is nice. Jarvi triggers early, and Sharif is able to score. And again, really nimble from Sharif. He's looking good in this leg against Jarvi. Again, just maybe not ready for that. Ooh, little pause as we have lost the lights. That's exciting. So we've had the lights on and off a little bit throughout these champs. This is the longest they've stayed off for a little while now. We would just hang on for a moment and see what the deal is. But that last attack, you could see again it's around the warning line of Jarvi, where Sharif is pressing, and the distance just starts to shorten up because Jarvi is just retreating a bit less. He's a bit less willing to go back, and because of that, the distance will collapse kind of unobtrusively. You know, it'll collapse really subtly, and Sharif is just not picking that, and you would want to see him maybe as they get towards that back line, just breaking up the rhythm a little bit, or doing something just to really recognize it. And here we go, lights back. Except in the there we go, all the lights back on now. Okay, we are back underway. And this time, so when Sharif can trigger something from Jarvi that's not in the warning box, his distance is spot on. Twice now he's landed counter time attacks where he's drawn the counter attack, parried it and scored. He's also defending really nicely, and you can see that in that exchange of riposte, the one that he scored, but also that one that was off target. Okay, again, good distance, nice build-up, good patience, and when Jarvi goes early, Sharif has time to deal with it. It's when it gets into that final 2 meters that Sharif is just not feeling that distance really well. Be interesting to see if Jarvi just looks to really be insistent with it. Is he going to really force the issue? Here's the press from Sharif. Again, good distance. And again, it's the same issue. It's that distance around the warning area. Sharif is just not picking it well. The initial attack, you can see he's so uncomfortable that he actually just, he launches the attack early rather than take the time to set it up. Lovely flick to chest from Jarvi. But rather than take the time to set up the distance around that warning area and kind of camp there, he is much happier just throwing the attack away and kind of hoping something happens. This is better. But again, he probably still comes in closer. I'd like to see him really change up the rhythm of his steps on the warning line, counterattack. It was a really familiar pattern, and Sharif did a lot of just really good work for much of that match. He's just in that final 2 meters, really, that his distance and his attack let him down. It looks like we'll just see Keith Cook's head bobbing into shot underneath the video camera, which suggests that Scotland are making a change. You expect that's probably going to be Jarvie on for... sorry, not Jarvie. Ulfert Kilpatrick on for Jarvie in the matchup after this one. Jamie Cook then, he comes back on, and it looks like Kamalanatan is still on, which would imply that it is indeed Harris who will be coming on for the next leg, who will be subbed out for Lee. Cook does that running attack really well. He's got great acceleration anyway, and just being able to accelerate in that slightly sort of off timing that the running sort of held attack gives him, it means that when he does that, he just makes it so much difficult to anticipate exactly how that final attack's coming. And then when he goes for something more like the more conventional step lunge, it makes it more likely to work. And it means that his opponents are feel like they're forced to have to do something earlier. Cook then building. You just see him swap his shoulders around. It looks like he's, and it's using that as kind of a tell that maybe that would be the sort of the fake tell, if you like, that he's trying to convince Kamalanatan to fall for, that he's now looking to go for his running attack. And it's just that beginning of an inversion of his shoulders, and he's using that to draw a counterattack that he can then finish against. The attack is off target from Kamalanatan. Cook, like Penman, really comfortable on the back line. We can't see it super well from up here in the commentary box because we've got the we're sort of off to the right, from up and right from where the pieces are, but from the piece you can piece cam you can see it really clearly where the back line is. There's that running attack again, and it's really difficult. Even when it doesn't land, it kind of doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that he's not scoring heaps of points with it, because what he's doing is he's just making it really difficult for Kamalanatan's defense, and it means that Cook will probably get a lot of what looks like quite sort of simple attacks because of the threat of that running attack. Both in. Cook's so direct. Kamalanatan not a lot wrong. It looks like he just misses. Probably still would have been Cook's attack first. It felt like after they both paused, he restarted. And that is indeed what Kamalanatan is asking, and the referee confirms. There it is, and it's again, it's variety, right? Cook has held that running attack, and looking to go to do chest. This time, a more conventional sort of flesh type attack and to shoulder. It comes at a much earlier time, makes it really hard to set up any defense, and it also means that Cook is now finishing those attacks, again, those more conventional sort of step lunge, or even that was more like a sort of double step finish. It kind of didn't look like Kamalanatan did a lot with it, and that's really all about the doubt that Cook's created in how he's setting up his own attacks. Nice press, but does Cook find the blade? He absolutely certain that he does. The attack is parried. And so we think this is now going to be the substitutions, with definitely Ulfert Kilpatrick on for Scotland and Lee on for Malaysia. Ulfert Kilpatrick finishing one spot ahead of the teammate that he's replacing, Jarvie. So Kilpatrick finishing 6th in the individual. He was 3rd seed out of the pools. Lee, really interesting actually with Lee. He was coming out in the individual event, coming out of the pools. He was actually the highest ranked of the Malaysian fencers. He was seeded 10th. Nice action, Lee. You can see Ulfert Kilpatrick just really mobile on the piste. Skipping in out of distance. And what he does really well is he doesn't bounce back and forward. Nice. Steps in underneath the flick. What I like that Ulfert Kilpatrick's doing, he did it there just before launching the lunges. He comes in and he's not sort of consistently bouncing in, bouncing out, bouncing in, bouncing out. There's a bounce in and then he pauses. And it's in that pause that he can create something. That's how he can make mistakes happen, and it means that he's in a nice position to deal with it. And then on his press, you can see he's patient, patient, patient. Straight attack from Lee, and he's doing well for Malaysia, but it is a long way back. Nice low finish from Ulfert Kilpatrick. It's actually a short finish. He just lets Lee close the distance, and this time attacking from further away. Nice change up of distance, going on an earlier, sort of about a half step earlier. So he's sort of halfway through advancing, and then he extends that into a lunge. Same sort of timing there as well. And being able to just mix up that rhythm just makes it so much more difficult for defenders to set up defense, because they don't know whether the attack's going to come sort of on the half step or whether it's going to come right at the end. And then Kilpatrick just getting Lee onto the back foot. So he's defended, but he's got the parry, but he's sort of leaning back. He's over his back leg. And it means that when Kilpatrick, who's very agile, skips in with the counter attack and skips out the way, Lee is not in a position to deal with it. And after a really promising start from Lee, Kilpatrick just got his game working, got his movement working, was able to just move the match around, scoring pretty much at will. Into the penultimate leg then. Penman on against Kamalanatan. Quick look round the rest of the matches. On yellow, England into a 32-16 lead over Canada. They are running basically one leg behind at this point. On green, England leading Wales by 31 points to 14. And on that's in the women's junior epee team semi-final. And on red, India holding a narrow 30-28 lead over Australia. We go back here for this penultimate leg. Lovely finish from Kamalanatan. Against someone like Penman, who's so confident taking parries late, putting him under pressure like that is really nice, and mixing up the attacks is really, really helpful. We talked about it with Cook, and it's exactly the same principle from Kamalanatan. Very nice energy from Malaysia. So 4 quick points for Kamalanatan. You would have loved to have seen this earlier. It could have made this a really competitive match. At the moment, it's a long way back. 16 touches, the lead for Scotland. Kamalanatan just pulling them back 6-1 in this leg. Penman looks bewildered. Kamalanatan maybe just tangled up, maybe just a little bit. Distance collapsed more than he wanted to. Found himself with his point way off target, unable to finish. It's a great finish from Penman. Penman pinned. He's pinned on the back line. He's still so comfortable there. Kamalanatan just maybe rushing the finish a touch, trying to do too much with it. He's been better when he's sort of more dramatic acceleration over a shorter pace, shorter space of piste. So sort of maybe no more than 2 steps before finishing or a step and a lunge. That last one, it just felt like he kind of went chasing it. There we go. So yes, Penman gets the parry. It's a nice acceleration. Kamalanatan is already committed in. This time Penman is just maybe trying to force some hits now. 7-2 this leg. And it's not dangerous yet for Scotland, but if Kamalanatan can get to maybe 26, 27, without Penman scoring again, that could be interesting. Lovely finish. So this is really nice. Kamalanatan, rather than go sort of bum, bum, bum and try and finish, he goes bum, bum, pause, bum, bum, go again. The light is on, 23-37. Malaysia still alive. 8 points Kamalanatan has scored to 2 from Penman. It's a nice idea, changing up the rhythm of the attack with that sort of held back running attack. It'd be nice to see him go sort of a bit like what we saw with Cook, a more conventional flesh, because the timing of that again would be different and give Penman another problem. This time, just picking at it too often. He misses a couple of times, as Kamalanatan, and he just kind of stays in there. And Penman, once he's got the blade, he's going to be composed. He takes his time. He can usually find his way to a finish. Feel like Kamalanatan would have been better dropping back, maybe looking to set up some proper defense. Bit like what he's doing here. He's opening the distance, putting out the blade. I don't think he's really putting Penman under too much pressure here, unless he's looking to set up something from space. Penman, though, in close. This is what we talked about. When it gets in close, Penman is so good just finding his way to the target and flicking over the back against Kamalanatan as he was falling. Not easy to do. And again, same kind of thing, right? Kamalanatan has done well building his attacks and finishing them. He goes for a sort of reprise type action, and it's exactly what Penman's looking for. You know, he's got all the time in the world to just flick that one to shoulder. There was a big 8-5 run, that one, for Malaysia, but they still trail by 17. It kind of gives you an idea of just the sort of enormity of the task that Malaysia had coming into that. You know, they trailed by 20 going into that leg. And it feels like now, you know, with Cook back on, he's only dropped 3 hits across his first 2 matches. Very difficult to see a route back in for Sharif. And, you know, he scored only 1 in his first leg against... sorry, Cook has dropped 4 touches. Scored only 1 in his first leg against Penman. He scored 4 against Jarvi, but... and, you know, we saw him... And where we saw him really falling down was his distance on the attack, particularly in that back line. And you'd expect, you know, if... Cook, and that's something that you could see Cook exploiting, particularly when he's so confident in his own final 2 meters. There's the press. It's distance again, really. The target was on in the sense that, like, the shoulder was kind of there to be hit, but the distance probably wasn't for the flick. You know, for that kind of finish at that close range, that felt nice. Much better distance. Sharif can take the counter time and score. And Sharif gets the parry, kind of throws away the riposte. Jamie Cook is really quick on the recovery, so when he's parried, he's usually, like, if you look at his counter ripostes, it's very rare that you see him, you know, he doesn't just get the blade, he doesn't just parry in the lunge, he's often skipping back out as well. And that gives you a kind of idea of just how quick this guy is off of his feet. So when he's getting the counter riposte, he's also pretty much back on guard. It makes it difficult that you can't, you know, if you're taking a parry riposte against Jamie, you can't just score a quick parry immediate riposte. Jamie Cook now within 1. Sharif only been able to score 1 of his own. A really nice counter time action in close. Cook looking for something a bit special to finish. In the air, skipping, Sabre-esque, off target. Finish off target from Cook. And there's the counter-attack. Jamie Cook takes Scotland through against Malaysia. Jamie Cook does not take Malaysia through against Scotland. 45-24. They are into the final. And they will await the winners of the other semi-final, which we will go to just now, because that is pretty much the women's epee matches. I tell you what, actually, no, we'll go green. We'll go to green. Change plan. 44-24, England leading Wales. India have just gone through against Australia, and England are now through against Wales. So that is the women's epee team final lineup confirmed. India will face England. Meanwhile, on yellow, they are in the 8th leg. England leading by 39 points to 27. And it is Stenbeck-Schiavo. We believe it's Stenbeck-Schiavo of England against Vasiliev of Canada, and he takes England into the 9th leg, where it will be Joe Donahue coming on against Jian Li. So, yellow piece, the only match still underway. A quick recap of where we're at the moment. On blue in the junior men's team foil, Scotland through to the final against, and they will face the winners of this match. Likely England, but I've seen 40-27 before, once in Sabre, granted, but I've seen it once. Meanwhile, in junior women's team Epee, England will face India in the final. We will have those coming up for you a little bit later. We will first do the final of the junior men's team event. Sorry, semi-finals of the junior men's Sabre team event. Lovely counter-attack by Lee. Closes the distance with the lunge, collapses it really close, and then using his arm to block out. And almost impossible for Donahue to find any way to go to the target. And then this time, making more use of sort of displacing target, getting his torso out of the way. Donahue clearly a bit concerned about that aggressive counter-attack from Lee. Looks to try and finish direct, and as a consequence, he's sort of easy pickings for that counter-attack from Lee, but who just changes it up. One really dramatically changing the distance, and one just changing the target that he's showing. Nice fencing from Lee, but he's got a lot of work still to do. Having said that, okay, 3-1, is it on? I mean, these two actually, just looking back at the junior individual results, these two did actually meet in the last 16, and Lee came out the winner 15-14 in that match. So it's potentially a big old rematch, this one, for Donahue. Obviously, he comes into it with a very different match situation. Him and his team have put themselves in a really strong position against Canada in this last leg. But you feel that he will want to close it out for himself as well, for his own, really for his own personal fencing. Where's that counterattack from Lee? Because he's just bouncing on the edge of distance. There's the counterattack. Donahue gets it, but Lee is so aggressively in, it's so difficult for Donahue to find any way to the target. He ends up kind of trapped on the outside. He can only really go to chest, and Lee can block that out quite comfortably, having sort of denied Donahue space for other options. Yes, excellent pub quiz knowledge, Will Fortin on the chat. 27-40. It was Vincent Anstedt against Max Hartung in men's Sabre in that comeback. For a bonus point, where was it? What competition? No using Google and cheating. Still the press. Donahue thinks he's stopped. This is one of those, we've had this conversation a lot in the commentary box with pretty much all of our commentators that have come in about with foil. When you're kind of there on the piste fencing, every little pause, every little break feels like a stop, and it feels like a massive stop. This is where having good communication with your box is so important, because it will feel to Donahue like Lee came to a complete stop, stood there for about a day, and then lunged. So obviously there's timing for Donahue from Donahue's perspective. Watching it from our perspective, it's just not as obvious as it probably felt to Donahue, certainly given the speed with which he called for video. And that's where you really want to be able to take the moment to look around at your box and get their perspective on, is it worth calling for video? Because their perspective will be closer to what the referee has seen or felt than it will be to what you, as the fencer, are feeling on the piste. This time, Lee maybe a bit casual with that attack. And again, as soon as he collects the blade, the hand goes high and it goes out. It can kind of only go to chest, particularly once Donahue closes up the distance. Like, there's nowhere else really for him to go. And at that point, the counter, once Donahue has stepped into distance, he just needs to ensure that his block out is reasonably solid. This time, though, Donahue much more solid on the changeover. Lee does stop, and Donahue can take advantage. Probably attack from Lee, yes. 7-4 so far. Donahue's come back into this well and picks his moment. Lee, you kind of feel that at 44, he didn't really believe anymore. He came forward, big jump, taking the blade. 7 touches to 5, but in the end, this will look a comfortable scoreline for England, and they will meet Scotland in that final. We will have those for you a bit later. So it'll be the junior women's team epee final. The junior men's foil team foil final will come up later. I don't know precisely which way round we'll have those. We'll see that later on. But first, we will have the semi-finals of the junior men's team Sabre, and that will be India versus Australia, and that will be on the red piste, I believe, and on the blue piste, it will be England versus Scotland. Join us in a few moments when we will have our coverage of those matchups. Thank you.
Women's veterans
Welcome back to the University of East London Sports Dock. It is the last day of the junior competition, and we are into our final wave of the semi-finals in the junior competition. After this, it will be finals throughout as we race towards the finish. And it is the turn of the junior men's sabreurs here for you now on our commentary coverage. On the blue piece to the match that we will be following, it is going to be England versus Scotland. England on our right, Scotland on our left. Meanwhile, on red, it will be Australia versus India. If you want to watch that match, India versus Australia, you can do that by going to the Fencing Vision YouTube channel and choosing the stream for the red piece. But we will be staying here with blue. If that match finishes before the end of the other semi-final, then we will hop across for the conclusion of that. And then we will be taking a short break. And then we will be back for the first of the finals, which will likely be one of the junior men's team foil or the junior women's team epee. And then later on, we will also have the closing stages of the veteran women's epee and the veteran men's foil. That is currently taking place at the moment. You can follow the results live online through the On Guard coverage. What we don't have is the live stream for that yet. That is because they are in the other hall that we're using here at the Commonwealth Championships 2022, and we do not have cameras on those pieces. But when we do bring them in here into this main hall, then we will have coverage of live stream coverage of those matches. This is going to be a really fascinating matchup, this England-Scotland matchup. McClellan is sort of... It's maybe a bit on the nose to call him head and shoulders above the rest of the Scottish team, but he is the standout Scottish performer. He is also very, very tall. He's very big fencer, but he's also really remarkably athletic. He moves very, very well, particularly in the middle of the piste. Individual bronze medalist in the senior event, and it will be interesting to see how the England team go about facing him. You would say on paper the England team maybe a sort of more even team. You know, there's no maybe obvious standout athlete there. They do, of course, have the individual champion Max Cromie and the in there, and the individual bronze medalist Ian Ho. But you wouldn't say that there is a standout performer or standout fencer on the England team. Whereas with Scotland, Rory McClellan is a sort of the standout fencer. Josh Bryden put in a terrific performance against against Wales in the quarterfinal. He very young fencer, only 14 years of age, real prospect for the future for Scotland. But it'd be really interesting to see how both of these two teams play this. You know, McClellan, very, very known, and he'll be really kind of probably disappointed to have only made an 8 in the individual. He probably would have been considered one of those someone to go who would be likely going through for the maybe certainly involved in a medal match. And he went out to Ian Ho of England 15-12. Ian Ho actually on the bench for this match. Cromie then on for England against Geddes of Scotland. Cromie looked really impressive performance to win the individual gold. And what we really liked when we were following Cromie was the variety in the middle of the piste. He dominated the middle of the piste against Oynam of India in the final with really remarkable variety. And it meant that it was very, very difficult for anyone to get any kind of purchase in the middle. There's that waiting in the middle from Cromie, and he's on to the attack, looking to score. and then much quicker in. It actually ends up basically as the same action. You know, they both go in, pause, and then Cromie takes it up. But the setup to get there is so different. 3 times now, basically the same action from Cromie. But the setup off the line, it means that it's so different. And there's the attack in. Max Cromie looking very strong. 8-1, that turnaround. And you feel that this might be maybe the rhythm of this match. And the team order could be quite interesting here because Rory McClellan as the finisher will, the finisher and the probably strongest fencer in the Scotland team will be wanting to have as much peace time as possible. They are, in the team order, they are 1, 2, 3 and already a change from Scotland. They are 1, 2, 3, and what that means is that that first leg from McClellan, he was only able to score a maximum of 5 points because he was on first. And then that was followed up by Cromie, England's finisher, and it means that the damage that McClellan is able to do, England can kind of reverse it. Assuming that Cromie as the finisher has a good leg, and now there is quite a wait before McClellan gets back. Well, there's a couple of matches before McClellan gets back on, but then it's exactly the same pattern. Cromie will then follow up again afterwards. So it's going to be a really tricky match for Scotland in this regard because they need to find points, not just with McClellan, and they need to make it so that when he comes on for his second match, which will be the 5th leg, he's not going to get back loads of points against England's Darcy Holdsworth, who is already a very, very strong performer. Finished in the top 8 in the individual, but it's just still a very strong performer and could have easily been involved in, been on the medals in exactly the same way as McClellan could have been. But this is good from Bryden. He's got 3. You would want to see. Could he get to 5? And at the very least, just make it... lovely! 4 now. If he can get 1 more, at the very least, the damage is not... the lead is not worse. Good finish from Bryden. Okay, he's leveled it at 5. So the maximum lead that England will have is 4. Which means that there's no damage done in this leg from a Scotland perspective. What Scotland will be interested in is going, okay, now we've got back to parity, if you like. Can we get more? Bryden sort of throws that one away. Holdsworth building now, and he will not miss those opportunities. This may be sort of what we might expect from the England team. Not maybe going to see them sort of blowing teams away, but when mistakes are made, and when they are given opportunities like a missed attack in the case of Josh Bryden, expect the England team to put those chances away. So this is going to be interesting because after that first leg, Jack Geddes was immediately pulled by the Scottish team, and Ocean Lindsay Dorward is coming on for Scotland. Interesting change this. I'm not sure if Scotland may have just jumped a bit early. I think they must have expected that Geddes would be put under immense pressure in that first leg against Cromie, and I would have been tempted to maybe give him another leg here against Gugulias, who is probably of the 3 the England fencer that the Scottish could really target. Okay though, Lindsay Dorward on the attack. Good finish from Gugulias. And that's kind of what we're talking about. The England team are not going to be coming out with big flying attacks. They're not going to be coming out with really super aggressive. What they will be doing is they'll be disciplined in the middle. They'll keep it small, and then they'll just pick up mistakes. Gugulias doing a great job here against Lindsay Dorward, and I'm not sure if that change will end up having worked for Scotland. 3-1 in this leg, despite that strong opening attack. And there again from England. And Lindsay Dorward is just getting too deep in the middle of the piece when he's wanting to attack. He's getting too close before committing, and he's just giving so many opportunities to England. Referee Duvis indicates that he would give this for attack left. He goes to look at the video, changes his mind. Not a good leg for Scotland, this one. I'm not sure if that substitution was the right call. I would have given Jack Geddes another look. I would have given him a chance against Gugulias, because I think that would have been where you might have expected, after the match against Cromie, might have expected to see maybe a bit more of a sort of true reflection of how Geddes is fencing. Cromie clearly is fencing as well as I've ever seen him fence, to be perfectly honest. Yeah, the variety that he's showing in the middle, really, really strong. Okay, the big match, this one. McClellan against Holdsworth. These two have met countless times, is cadets and juniors. And McClellan needs to do something a bit special here. These next two legs will be really fascinating matchups, because Bryden fenced well against Holdsworth, and he will come on against Cromie next. But you want to see if can McClellan just build any kind of momentum for Scotland. You feel like Josh Bryden is the kind of fencer where if he comes on with a bit of belief, he could really do some damage. Rory McClellan, though, we talked about how well he moves, and Holdsworth onto the attack twice, and McClellan is just skipping away to score with the counter-attack. And this time, aggressive from Rory McClellan. He's dominating the middle of the piece. And basically, he's doing to England what England have done to the other two Scottish fencers. He's really disciplined at the start. He's really patient. He's not making any mistakes. And then he's picking up his opportunities. And again, the counter-attack. Okay, Rory McClellan. He's scored 5 for Scotland so far, and he's onto the attack again. Darcy Holdsworth looking far too passive in the middle of the piece. 6-1 this leg for McClellan. Big parry. I'm not sure McClellan needed to do that. I'm not sure he needed to go off the line. He's been pulling apart the mistakes that Holdsworth has been making, being patient. Oh, it's a big parry for McClellan. Within 2. Holdsworth needs to produce something, and he does. McClellan, if you're McClellan, don't change. Keep picking up on the mistakes. It's working well for you. Didn't need to be done. Fine, fine. Big attack from Rory McClellan. Holdsworth unable to get out of the way. This time, McClellan does not move. He does not use the piece. Needs to stay disciplined as Rory McClellan. He can still, there's more points to be had. Attack. Holdsworth wants video. He thinks McClellan's preparing. Maybe he's a bit late. The attack is given. Huge performance. 9 touches for Rory McClellan. Onto defense. He needs to work now. Use the piece. There's mistakes. There's the attack, though. 25-22. Maybe McClellan would have wanted to get one more. 23-25 would have felt really good. But here comes young Josh Bryden, 14 years old, and he's going to take on the individual gold medalist. And we saw Bryden in his first matchup against Holdsworth. He looked sharp, he looked aggressive, and when he had confidence, he looked really strong. Yeah, really exciting prospect for Scotland. Is he going to take a little bit of momentum from what Rory McClellan's just done? If he does, we could be in for a really interesting 6th leg. Feels like if Bryden is really strong in the middle and opens out the piece, strong in attack, but also strong in looking to get out of the middle, I think that's where he might stand a chance, because Cromie's middle game has looked really, really good all championships. And he's just onto the attack so fast. And this is the thing. Josh Bryden looking to create something, jumping in, looking for a parry. It's a nice pre-planned action. Gets through on this occasion. That's nice. Needs more of that. But Cromie is just full of confidence, and I'm just not sure. Again, Cromie, he is so balanced, and he's just seeing the moment so well that what would be mistakes for a lot of people, or even for... Is it line? Yeah, it is. Cromie, just 5-3. He is looking so strong, Max Cromie. Holdsworth back on then. And Scotland have stuck with the substitution they made after Jack Gedd's first leg. Will this be? I don't know. Lindsay Dorward did not look convincing in his middle leg against Gugulias, and I don't know. This is maybe now after that performance from Cromie, where Cromie just calmed things down for England. Really positive, really decisive fencing. Lindsay Dorward needs to do something special. Anything less than 5, and he is going to give Josh Bryden work to do. Having said that, Bryden will be on against Gugulias. We said that if there's any fencer that Scotland can look to target, it might be Gugulias. But he would really like Lindsay Dorward to get some touches for him first so that he's not climbing a mountain. And those are the mistakes that we talked about, right? So it's a short attack in the middle of the piece from Lindsay Dorward. Darcy Holdsworth is balanced. He's not going to commit until he knows he's got a mistake. There he is, waiting again. Lindsay Dorward needs to land this attack now. Unable to. In trouble here, Scotland. Josh Bryden could fence really well in this leg against Gugulias, but you don't want him to have too much to do. Lovely attack from Lindsay Dorward. Good committed action. He goes in deep. It's where Gugulias pulled him apart in the middle. Lindsay Dorward, as he's trying to create stuff, he goes in very deep. Okay, he scored one. We need more. Need more from the Scottish fencer. There's the attack from Holdsworth. It's not parried. Dorward calls for video. His box do not agree. I do not see this being overturned. This is a call from the fencer, and they, yes, back almost immediately. That's rarely a good sign. 25-35, 10 touches the lead. Let's see what Bryden can do here. This could be an... If Scotland are going to get a chance in this match, Bryden needs to do something to give McClellan a chance. Gugulias, you think he will just look to be disciplined, pick up mistakes, wait in the middle of the piece. Can't afford to do that. Lovely parry, though. You can see Bryden is looking to force mistakes all over the place. Really aggressive off the line. But the risk is that if he goes in hard like that, he can find himself on defense. Bryden looks to slow it down, but he hasn't quite got the rhythm for that yet. After going in hard and aggressive, he hasn't quite got the rhythm to go slow. Counter riposte. Relying on big hits at the moment is Bryden. Needs to find some consistency in the middle. goes in hard. He's not imposed himself on Gugulias in this way, and it's going to be difficult for him. He's found the first real look he's had at an attack. Eyes get big. He's only able to score 2 in that leg. And this is going to be a big mountain for Rory McClellan. We know he can score touches. We know he can get on a run. It's 13 touches, and the way that Max Cromie is fencing, I don't know. Meanwhile, on red, they're at a very similar stage of the match. India 41-22. Individual silver medalist Oinam is on against Palaka Wongze of Australia. Good from McClellan, and maybe just the presence of McClellan. He's a big, intimidating fencer, and he's patient. It maybe might just play on Cromie's mind. He might feel like he has to force it. It's exactly what happened against... Is the attack touche? Yes. And this is the thing, maybe now. Cromie was so dominant in the middle because he was, for so much of the individual in this team, he's been allowed to stay in the middle. McClellan, when he attacks, he will force you to leave the middle. You can't just stand there and look for the parry. The attack is too strong, too deep. Touch rushed from Rory McClellan. I'm not sure he needed it. Stay disciplined. Better, but you've got to move. If you stay in the middle of the piece, that will play into Cromie's game. If he can keep you within sort of, 2 meters of the on-guard line, he's going to boss it. McClellan pushing now. And when it goes long, he's going to be in charge. Cromie's not quite got the distance yet on that attack. It's longer than he thinks, and that might just force him to change a little bit how he's preparing. And it means that he's going a little bit shorter at the start, which is just shortening up his lunge. 6 so far for Rory McClellan, but he still trails by 10. Drops it short. McClellan opening out the piece. Work, if Rory McClellan works, creates doubt. Scored 8. The attack does not land. Rory McClellan found the time. He hits the leg. Cromie within 1. And he's stuck in the middle of the piece. Max Cromie, he will be happy to have gotten England over the line there. The most unsettled Cromie's looked all championships, but he's still calm and he's still able to take England through to the final at exactly the same moment as India go through to the final. They will meet very shortly in the junior men's team sabre final, which we will have for you here on Fencing Vision. But for now, we will take a very short break, and then we will be back with our first finals of the afternoon, which I think will be junior men's team foil, followed by junior women's team epee. If not, it'll be junior women's team epee, followed by junior men's team foil. But those are going to be the first two, one way or the other. Good afternoon, welcome back to the University of East London Sports Dock, and it is time for our first final of the afternoon, this last day of the Junior Commonwealth Fencing Championships, and it is going to be Junior Men's Team Foil, and it is going to be England versus Scotland, and I am delighted to be joined for the first time in the commentary box by FIE Foil referee Victoria Mentor.
Nice to be here.
Works better when I turn your microphone on. Okay, so England versus Scotland. This maybe was the sort of a final that maybe we might have expected coming into this match, particularly like the Scotland team so dominant in the individual taking gold and silver. Stenbeck Skiabo was the bronze medalist for England, and I believe it was, and Williams was the other bronze medalist. So you're looking at sort of gold and silver versus bronze and bronze, and then they also populated a lot of the the top 8 as well. So probably the form teams coming into it, they also know each other really well. It's looking like an interesting lineup. Maybe Scotland slight favourites, but we're going to see. Victoria, when you're sort of opening stages of a team match, what is it that you're looking for that might give you an idea of which team might have the edge?
Yeah, so I think the first third, the teams themselves are going to be really hesitant a little bit. So as a referee, we see that all the time. They're just working each other out in that first third. And then once we get towards the nitty-gritty end of the team's bout, it becomes much more fierce.
Okay, so first up, England's Joe Donoghue, and it's fascinating the way that England have set up their team. So Donoghue actually finished in the last 16 of the individual, but he is the one that England have chosen to finish for them, so he will take out that all-important 9th leg. Scotland going for a lineup that maybe you might have expected if you follow the traditional idea that, you know, your 9th leg is your strongest fencer, and then your 8th leg is your second strongest. They have Cook in the finishing position. He will come on for this second match. And then silver medalist Callum Penman in the 8th position. And it is Penman who is going to lead Scotland out in this first leg against Donoghue. Okay, so Donoghue of England on our left, Penman of Scotland on our right. Penman with the patient build-up now. Donoghue just hassling him, not wanting to give him rhythm on his attack.
So the first 3 bouts, you'll see a lot of this where they're just really hesitant.
Beautiful from Penman, finds his line, through and scores. Both in. It looks like Donoghue, maybe does Donoghue come to a stop and then it's taken up by Penman? Penman just using the line, looking to force the mistake.
Yeah, they're still trying to figure each other out a little bit.
Lovely from Penman, he's opening up a 3-hit lead. Donoghue sends the referee to video. Maybe thinking Penman was looking for a bit of a block out or something.
Very clear attacking preparation.
bit of life now starting to come into, a bit of belief coming into the England team. They needed that. Williams and Donahue in that first leg, looking passive, letting Scotland really dictate terms. And they opened out a big lead, but Williams in that second half has just started to bring it back. So Stenbeck-Schiavo, another bronze medalist for England on, and he'll be taking on Lachlan Jarvie. Jarvie finishing 7th, I think, in the individual, so still a top 8 finish, and that's the depth of this Scotland team. Jarvie actually the lowest finish in the individual of all of the Scottish team, and he still finished 7th. Aggressive from Jarvie, a classic left-hander's touch as well, flicking to chest. Press from Stenbeck, and a good acceleration as well. He's patient in the build-up. Feels like more of a match now.
And judges are just getting everything organised.
We've seen particularly across these championships, particularly in the finals, the hand judges and the assessors coming in really actually making a quite significant difference to some of these matches, particularly with a lot of calls for covering or covering with the back arm or covering with the mask, and cards coming out that are just changing the flow of matches. It's so important, I guess, being able to have those people there able to watch for any kind of infringements that the referee may not be able to see.
Yeah, indeed. Especially when you have a left-hander and a right-hander.
And another good flick to the chest from Jarvie. Especially when you have a left-handed and a right-hander.
Yeah, so when their backs are towards the referee, it's quite hard to see their backhand, so yeah, they come in handy. But they're also looking for things like breaches not being where they are, socks, lames, everything else.
Patient again from Stenbeck-Schiavo. Jarvie maybe just jumping in a little bit early. Needed to set that defence up a bit more before looking for the counter-attack. Patient from Jarvie this time. Finds his line. (4-2) so far for Scotland, and Jarvie just re-establishing this Scottish lead. And so we've got a big Scottish support in the chat on the stream as well. Riposte. Stenbeck-Schiavo immediately Jarvie immediately sends the referee to video.
It's a close one.
What are we looking for here on the video for this touch?
Well, you're looking for Core, and you're looking for that parry that Kelly did with the hand signals. So you're looking for quite a few things and the timing. So whether the parry happened before the Core or the other way around. So that determines who gets the point or not in this case.
Referee coming back. They've had a good look at it. And they've changed the call. Good video from Jarvie. 7 points the lead now. Patient build-up from Stenbeck-Schiavo. Jarvie working hard on defence though. Really using all of the piste here. And Lachlan Jarvis doing a tremendous job here, just working the piece up and down, up and down. It's going to be hard on the legs. Riposte round the back from Stenbeck Schiavo. Lovely touch. Final 20 seconds of the third period. So there might be one more point in this. Stenbeck Schiavo, 3 seconds to attack. Lands with 2 and a bit seconds remaining. So if they leave it out here, 5 touches will be the damage. And they will. So 4 to 5 in that leg for Jarvie, and he just re-establishes that 5-touch lead for Scotland. We're out of the first 3 legs. We're now in. We've seen, every fencer has seen every other fencer. We're in for the second legs now. Penman, individual silver medalist, back on against Williams, individual bronze medalist. These two did not meet, however, in the individual competition. And as you said at the start, Victoria, it's been quite a cagey match. You know, we're not at the target score. Maybe now, having seen every fencer has seen every other one, we might start to see the scoring open out a little bit more as the fencers now got a bit of a feel for where everyone is. There's an early touch for Penman, preparation.
Yeah, so as you said, all the fencers have seen all the other fencers from the other team, but also the coaches will be saying to their fencers, all right, this is what they're doing, so change it or do exactly what the other guy's done. And it's a lot more active, as you can see as well, so less hesitant, more attacks, more risks even on that preparation. So
Penman, patient. He waits, he gets the counter-attack from Williams, finishes to chest. This time in close, and the tempo of the scoring has just gone up a notch. Penman looking to hit under his own arm.
Would have been a good hit if you landed it. So there was a bit of in and out from the left, and Scotland just took over the timing very, very well. So, attack not bad.
This time, Penman unable to land. Like the referee looking for mask.
Not sure if it was enough this time.
As you said, they've got the SSOs and they've got Mads looking for it, in particular Mads Hyeskov looking, and he didn't raise an arm. It's interesting that Scotland have chosen to use a video on this.
Yeah, probably not worth it, because they only have one incorrect video to use per team's match.
David Williams scoring quickly now. He's picked up where he left off in the first.
Yeah, so that was... The attack started from the left, and that's why it was England. Scotland, he was more reactive on that attack instead of actually initiating anything. So. Video either.
Both looking for the blade. And Penman didn't agree with it. He's got nothing he can do about it. Penman skips in. Williams alive to it, finishes off target. Patient press now. I'm not sure counter-attacking is the right option for David Williams.
Particularly when Scotland is creeping forward really slowly.
Williams, it looks like he had the attack and just missed. I'm not sure Penman really knew a lot about it. There's the attack from David Williams.
Very good attack as well, very clear. Not so clear.
Looks to change up the timing, looks to go early. Again, he's in, is David Williams. Fencing fast now. 5 touches to 3 in this leg. Penman, though, in, remises quickly and gets out. Where are we going to see that acceleration from Williams? There it is! It's another good leg from David Williams. At the moment, he's keeping England in this fight. They only trail by 3. And he's brought the deficit back, but maybe misses the first. Off balance going for the second. Unable to land the point. Penman looks to go to the shoulder. Williams is equal to it, sees it coming, parries and scores. Seven to 5 in this leg. 3 hits to gap. Plenty of time left as well.
So the middle section of any team's match is where it gets really interesting because you start shaking up the fences. So some of them, and their styles as well. So some styles are better than others in terms of who they fence, and like we're seeing now.
Williams has just found his rhythm here against the individual silver medalist Callum Penman. 1 minute remaining. It's a lot of fencing time. Still really a third of the match. Maybe an impatient counter-attack though from Williams. He's not been successful with the counter ones at all.
He's just not picking up the timing for the counter-attacks either. Scotland's coming in very slowly, and that's not when you want to do a counter-attack.
Williams has been so much more successful on attack. I want to see, can he just find his way to getting a few more looks at his long attack? Penman needs 1 to get out of this leg. He's given up 9 to Williams so far.
Maybe a tactical shoelace do-up?
Give himself a moment. Williams maybe, looking a little bit rushed on that last attack. I'm not sure he needed to go for it at the speed that he was. Giving himself a moment to reset. Penman just needs 1. Maybe if he can get a look at a long attack, he can induce a counter-attack from Williams.
He does need to be patient on those attacks though, because when people rush attacks, that's when the counter-attack comes in very handy. So.
43 seconds remaining. Williams then wanting to get onto the attack. That's where he scored his points. And again, England within 1.
He's done a couple of really nice speed attacks. The distance has just been perfect for that. Scotland not as active on the defence at the moment.
There's that slow press from Penman. Williams now, look for it, look for the acceleration to come. Got to not counter-attack. An exchange of not parries as both fencers doubly bluff each other out into missing their riposte. Penman lands 7 points to 10 that leg. High scoring in the fourth. Into the fifth leg now. Joe Donoghue on again for England, and he will be wanting to do something to support the great work that David Williams did. Donoghue went 5-0 against Penman in that first. Looks like England also might be making a change. That'd be interesting to see. And Will Lonsdale, if they are making a change, it'll be Will Lonsdale that comes on. Unless it's Scotland has read the rule wrong. Lachlan Jarvie then back on, and it looks like the chat will be happy about that. Jarvie attacks and scores. Donoghue looking for his first of this final. And it's a nice one. Jarvie just losing his patience at the back line. The press coming from Jarvie now. The acceleration, he looks for the finish to chest. Donoghue now on the back line. Lovely from Lachlan Jarvie, slow and then extends, accelerating to score.
Again, those counter-attacks really aren't working for the English at the moment.
Or for the Scottish. Jarvie goes around the back, unable to score. Halt was called.
Potentially called for Core as well. Potentially.
Jarvie with the slow press, accelerates, eases. What he's done well is Jarvie in these first couple of legs, he's really just used every inch of the piece.
Usually fencers like to fence in one of the thirds, but he's definitely using the whole piece to come slowly into the attack and then accelerate at the right time, and he's doing that very well considering England can't actually counter-attack on him. So. He's very active on the defence as well, which is great.
Distance just closing up as we get towards Jarvie's back line. Twice in this match, Jarvie's looked for the counter-attack.
He needs to draw out that attack, especially on the back line, because you do not want to get pushed back.
Oh! Donoghue, maybe a bit premeditated with that. He knew that Jarvie was going to get the, was going to look for the parry. Mads spots an infringement, and it's a yellow card for Donoghue. Jarvie patiently pressing, look for that long finish. Takes the counter-attack, parries it, lands off target. Distance close again now. Donahue, lovely finish. Pins Jarvie to the back line and then just holds there, bouncing, lands and scores.
Again, Scotland needs to do something when they're right back on that line. They really need to draw out that attack.
Ooh. Donahue down. Referee wants a look.
They'll be discussing what card, if any, to give. But potentially a little bit of overkill for England.
Maybe milking it just a little bit, looking to get Jarvie, the card for Jarvie. The question, I guess, will be is did Jarvie force Coracor to prevent Donahue from scoring?
Milked it a little bit too long for the referee's liking, I think.
Here's the press now from Donahue. And Jarvie, you can see he doesn't want to go back into that final 2 meters anymore. And Donahue just picks him off to shoulder. England level for the first time since we were at 0-0. Great Epee hit.
Oh, hand hits.
And Jarvie maybe just starting to rush now. He was patient earlier, but he didn't really set it up.
So yeah, he's had those couple hits against him on that back line, and now he's really pushing forward and doesn't really want to go back. So he'll push forward, and rushing, and now England are getting those counter-attacks.
Donahue on the attacks, lands!
So again, he needs to be active on that defence, because he doesn't want to get pushed off.
Jarvie just dropping, giving distance. Donahue obliges. 15 seconds left. Donahue smelling blood. Jarvie just slowing it down. Lands with the remise. Within one. Three seconds remaining. Donahue!
That's what he needed all bout long to get that Parapos foot to the back.
6-3 leg for England. Joe Donahue went 5-0 down in the first leg. He has now brought England into the lead. Jamie Cook on now against Stenbeck Schiavo. Jamie Cook, the individual gold medalist. What's he got here? Can he bring Scotland back into this lead? Two strong legs in the second third of this match. First from Williams, he's been fencing well all match, and his matchup against Jarvie in the 7th will be crucial for the direction that this match will go.
Yeah, so usually the second last match is where you see most of the hits scored. So the job of that second last person is to make the last person's job the easiest possible, really.
Cook is through, he levels for Scotland. Stenbeck-Schiavo just doing a really good job of slowing this match down. Cook will want to get Scotland back in the lead, but Stenbeck-Schiavo is not keen to play that game. The hard-fought lead that England gained.
Junior women's epee team for India, please report to the call room. India junior women's epee team, sprint to the call room.
Might have an instance with passivity even coming into this. We've not had a touch yet in this period. You can see the referee just checking. And it will be P cards.
So P yellow for both because they have an even score. If one of them was less, they would have the yellow P card. So they really don't want to get to red P cards because that's when touches against them are going to start being awarded.
And it's interesting the way that this is built up. You know, we had legs 4 and 5, real hit fests. Lots and lots of, huge, particularly from England, just scoring and scoring. And then now, the tempo of this match has immediately changed. One touch for Jamie Cook is it so far. I wonder if Stenbeck-Schiavo has maybe come in with instructions to just slow the match down, not let Cook build up any momentum.
Yeah, the last thing they want to do is stretch out that lead.
Cook maybe sensed that Stenbeck-Schiavo does not really want to play with him in this leg. And you can just see him upping his intensity. It's only a minute, just over a minute remaining in this period, and you feel like if the scorers end level or about level, this will have been a good performance, a good leg from England in the context of the match. Beautiful from Cook. Finds his moment. But Cook, though, he wants to score. He's trying to force it, and that's going to give Stenbeck-Schiavo his opportunities.
He's rushing a little bit, so they were really quite hesitant in the first minute and a half. And I think Jamie wants to get those hits now. But England just not letting him, just holding on.
You can see Stenbeck just not rushing his attack. He's not overcommitting, happy to drop onto defence. I think he might be happy just taking this at 25 apiece. The way that he'll be handing on to David Williams and the way that Williams is fencing might be backing him to really go and do some damage in that 7th leg. Oh, the counter riposte from Jamie Cook. 12 seconds remaining, a slender one-touch lead for Cook and for Scotland. There may be one more in this, but I think both of them will be quite happy to just take this into the 7th. Okay, so really small swing. 3 touches for Scotland, just the one for Stenbeck-Schiavo, the narrowest of leads. Williams back on now.
Yeah, this will be interesting to see if they're very active or they're more hesitant to kind of maintain that lead from England. Oh, sorry, Scotland. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out, because usually the 7th and 8th, you want a lot of points to get up to that 40 and have your team as the leading team. But because it is a relatively low-scoring final, we'll just have to see what happens.
Williams active again, fencing with confidence. In with the counter-attack, levels up, hand goes up, however. The touch will be annulled. Williams will be yellow-carded for covering with his mask. Will Jarvie feel any pressure to really try and get up to that target score of 35? He's looked like he's fenced well when he's really tried to work backline to backline. Lost his confidence a bit against Donahue when he was punished on his own backline. And you can see he's still not really keen to go there. Anytime he gets around the warning line, he's jumping forward with a counter-attack or trying to just smother Williams' attack. Williams with the attack just misses. In close, Jarvie loses control. No touch. Scrappy first sort of 45 seconds or so. He's landed one around the back of his head, Jarvie. I think maybe two is maybe looking for a bit much.
Yeah, it's a bit risky, especially in that close as well.
Jarvie with the flick. After they pass, no touch. Referee Mads Hyeskov says they passed each other, so no one has a right to score.
So I think Scotland will be looking for a couple more points. I don't think 35 would be their target, but if they can get a slight lead on that 25 would be great for them. England obviously looking to get the lead.
I think England may be feeling as well. Williams has been their sort of the star performer really for the England team, and yeah, they find themselves in this situation of being one hit down, really because of the work that he did. First in the first leg, you know, in his first leg, he scored England's first points of the match, and then in the fourth leg, 10-7 against Penman, he brought England right back in.
Yeah, so his job would definitely be this.
Oh, round the back from Jarvie. Hyeskov says they've already passed. Rules is rules, even with great touches. Williams cannot land.
It's getting in very close as well. I think maybe opening that distance up a bit would give him a couple more options instead of going around the back of the head. Oh. Yeah.
Jarvie's first one misses.
Yeah.
He wants the video. He looks to his box and they say, do not video that.
Scotland team is saying, stop doing that.
As you said, Jarvie getting in close. Williams has just opened out the distance a bit. He knows that Jarvie's looking to collapse the distance, and he opens it back up. That gives him the room to score. England back into the lead.
So England is taking this nice and slow, but still very active. Scotland coming in too close. So needs to do something different here to get the lead back.
Jarvie, I wonder if maybe he's caught in two minds about whether to try and build the lead for Scotland. As you said, 35 probably not in his eye line, but he's maybe thinking too much about just holding rather than actually where he's going to score points.
He's probably a little bit anxious as well, being out there and having to hold that lead in the early parts of this match.
Williams pressing, lovely counter-attack, right toes on the back line. Jarvie levels for Scotland.
So those are the counter-attacks he wants at the back of the line, not just kind of hoping and waiting.
quick change of weapon for David Williams. Probably just maybe wanted to give himself a reset. At this point, it's hard to see who has the edge. Will one of them want to take a chance and just give their next teammate coming on, Stenbeck Schiavo or Penman, just a little bit of momentum going into the 8th?
So both teams would want at least 1 or 2 more hits.
Jarvi, bit of a counter-attack from nothing there.
England was just not prepared for that.
Williams gets the parry. Jarvi defends well, goes on a run, makes sure that that Williams can't score against him. Exchange of riposts off target. I believe Holt called anyway.
For Cora.
Jarvi pressing now. Maybe looking a touch more confident, having scored with a couple of those counter-attacks. Might back his defence a bit more, particularly in the final 2 meters. You can see there just absorbing Williams' attack all the way back. Parry, riposte is scored, level again.
So yeah, I think the next bout, they're going to have to do a lot of work to get some type of lead. Yeah.
Williams almost obliged to call for video on this, you feel. Both in.
You'd have to call video. It's just so close. But I think the referee has it correct.
Yes.
So I think the difference for splitting, I think the Scots were just a little bit faster off the line. But also the hand was just a little bit out as well compared to England. And it's like splitting hairs at that point as well.
Absolutely not! Lachlan Jarvi put it away. Finally, he lands the round the back touch. Almost doesn't believe that the referee is going to give it to him. And there we go. Bit of magic, maybe. Gives Scotland a 2-hit lead. A scrappy 7th leg. And he will hand over to Callum Penman.
So coming into this 8th match, Scotland obviously would want to hold the lead, maybe get a bigger lead. England obviously wanting to take the lead. But whether England pushes and is aggressive, very active from the get-go, we'll see.
Interesting change then. Stenbeck Schiavo off. Will Lonsdale on for England. This is such a difficult position to come in as the reserve. In the 8th leg, as you said, there's a pressure to score points and there's a pressure to field a match. You've been seeing it from the sidelines. You've not been in it. But Will Lonsdale gets Scotland going. Gets England going. Patient press from Penman. Surely he finishes. He does.
So the English not quite finding the timing on that one for a preparation.
And as I said, Victoria, it's quick touches at the moment. They could go to 40. I feel like we might get quite close. They've got room to play with.
They're both very active on the attack as well, so that's probably where points will be won and lost. Because England just want to keep pushing. Scots obviously want to maintain that lead, so but coming in as a new fencer for England, tough. But some people are good under pressure, so we'll see what happens.
Lonsdale presses. Callum Penman round the back. And so strong when it's in close, Callum Penman. Really compact on guard. Oh! 4 touches now with the flick to chest from Callum Penman on the riposte. Will Lonsdale needs to find some rhythm in this match. He's only just come on. But you can see there, he's in, he's stuck. No man's land. Callum Penman flicks him onto the chest again.
He's just not picking up that timing, really. He's just struggling a little bit on that timing. Oh.
And Lonsdale with the attack just straight misses. He's looking rusty in this leg. The attack though with Penman, and again it's that timing. Lonsdale's just looking a little bit late. Five touches now, the lead. This time he's through. Penman collects the blade. He's unable to find his way to the target. Lonsdale, a more patient press. He will be so worried about the parries of Penman, who can just seem to find the blade and then find the target from anywhere. Patient from Penman, but it looks like he just misses the moment. Lonsdale ghosts into distance to score with the counter-attack.
Wasn't really expecting it, but also he was very hesitant on the attack, so he didn't really commit to anything, which is, again, why those counter-attacks work so well.
Lonsdale now just maybe finding some rhythm on his attack. It's off target, he maybe won't mind that. Still so close, 3 touches the lead. After that first leg, you felt like maybe Scotland might have run away with this, but England have fought back hard.
And it's a lot of fencing time as well, and only 3 hits, so really anything can happen.
Lonsdale just inching his way forward. Can he find his way through the defence of Penman? Delays the finish. Penman equal to it with a late parry. This time though, Will Lonsdale threads the needle.
Again, Scotland just isn't ready for those big attacks from quite close.
Two hits was the gap coming into it. It remains 2 hits. They've both scored 5. Into the last 5 seconds. Is there one more touch in this, maybe? No, feel like they're both out. 33-35. It's been a real seesaw of scoring timing all the way through this match. The first few matches, you felt like we were going to have a real hit fest. Then it slowed down, and then it really accelerated in the 4th and the 5th leg. Slowed down again in the 6th, 7th and 8th. What is the 9th going to have in store for us as the individual champion, Jamie Cook, comes on with a 2-hit lead? Potentially 10 hits he could score here to take to the target score.
3 minutes is a long time, so it has been done before.
Joe Donoghue back on for England. After a first leg to forget, Donoghue's second leg, the 5th one, really strong performance where he went 6-3 against Jarvie. Counter-attack from Cook. Joe Donoghue immediately unimpressed. changed his foil. He's back on. Donahue pressing, Cook skips away. Building up, just either one wanting to overcommit, make the mistake. Tell you what, 1 minute, if we go to 1 minute 50, it'll be P red for England.
Well, I really don't want that.
Donahue needs to land a hit. He lands over the shoulder. 3 seconds remaining. Starts first, he has the attack. Does not come up, England within 1.
So I think the trouble for Scotland at the moment is to still remain active, get a few points and not become complacent. Well, obviously they won't become complacent now with only a 1-hit lead, but at the start of this bout he was looking a little bit hesitant, not taking as many risks, and now I think he really does need to push, be more active on the attack.
Maybe caught in 2 minds at the start of that leg, coming into it as he did with a 2-hit lead. Down to 1 now. Feel like Jamie Cook must attack. Donahue with the riposte, levels for England.
Quite a delayed riposte as well, considering fencing timing. And Jamie just wasn't really expecting it.
So we've had nearly half of this period. And unless one of them can really pull away, you feel like in the last sort of 20, 30 seconds, it's going to be a hit fest because someone's going to be chasing. Jamie hands over another foil. Gone a bit quiet in the chat. We're getting a bit tense down there. How's the blood pressure? Jamie Cook then with his 3rd foil of the match. 36 apiece. He has scored 1. Joe Donahue has scored 3. 1 minute 41 to decide gold. Cook with the counter-attack. Doesn't create a lot of timing there, but it's just commitment.
England was too close as well to start their attack, so that was perfect timing for the Scots to do that counter-attack.
One hit the lead, but hits have been hard to come by in this final. Donahue with the riposte! Levels again! Can he get England into the lead? Patient press from Cook. An exchange of counter riposte. Donahue has looked strong on the parry all of this leg. Cook will be wary of that threat. Donahue misses! Cannot believe it!
Yeah. That just lands flat and slips right off him.
.50 seconds left. I feel like Donahue must score the next one, otherwise 2 hits will just mean that he's going to have to start forcing it. Donahue, I think he'll want this. He'll want to take his time to set it up, but he hasn't got a lot of time. And Cook just keeping the distance wide, wants to make no mistakes here. Wants Donahue to have to make the mistake, wants Donahue to feel the time pressure. Ten seconds, there's the counter-attack!
Again, England getting too close and not extending that hand at all for a good attack.
2 hits the lead now. It doesn't seem like much, but Donahue has no time! This will probably be no touch. I think, is it as he passes or after? Cook thinks it's as he passes. Referees have come back. No touch. 10 seconds, 9.87 seconds remaining. Donahue, can he find something? Oh, he cannot. He misses the back. He misses the chest. So a yellow card as well for Jamie Cook in and amongst all of that.
Yeah, that would be for turning.
The attack is with Cook. Rips his mask off. He's certain now. Donahue, no choice, he must go. In close, Cook round the back. 0.46 seconds remaining. Jamie Cook is certain. The Scotland team are ready. In goes Cook on the preparation. 41.37.
And with 0 seconds to go as well. Right on that time. But the fencers still need to salute.
Jamie Cook just prized open that gap, turned it from 1 into 2 with 12 seconds remaining, and that was enough.
Great last bout from the Scots, really held it together in the end.
Jamie Cook, he gave up 4, but it didn't matter. It didn't matter. 6 was he scored, as particularly in those last sort of 40 seconds or so, he found his composure.
Yeah, he was looking a little bit hesitant at the start, but when he got some confidence in those hits.
Jamie ambushes his dad and coach, Keith Cook. Gold for Scotland. They are the champions of they are the 2022 Junior Men's Team Foil champions. That is our first final of the afternoon. We are going to have a short break and then we will be back for the Junior Women's Epee team. But for now, thank you for joining us. Victoria, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Join us again for that next final. Thank you.
Veterans, men's, foilists, semi-finalists, please report to the call room. Veterans, men's, foil. Semi-finalists, please report to the call room. Can we clear the final space, please? Clear the final space, please. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the podium, please, the finalists for the Junior Women's Epee team competition. Representing India,
Welcome back. We are straight in with our second final of the afternoon, our penultimate final in the Junior Commonwealth Fencing Championships, and it is now Women's Team Epee, and it is England versus India. The athletes just being presented to the crowd, and then we will be underway. I am delighted to be joined in the commentary box, however, by Epee referee Seth Blackmore. Seth, thank you very much for joining us.
Rob.
Excellent, thank you very much. Right, so England versus India. And we will begin very, very shortly, just as soon as the team shouts have happened. So England on our right, led out by the individual champion Julia Caron. India by the silver medalist, I believe. Let's make sure I get that one right. Yes, by the silver medalist Tanisha Khatri. Seth, how well do you know these two athletes? What have you seen, these two teams? What have you seen of them sort of over the course of either this competition or even in previous competitions to this?
Being an English referee, I've seen the England team quite a lot going out and refereeing. They're all very good fencers in their own right. I have had very little experience of the Indian team. I haven't been at the event for the whole time, and it's the first time actually seeing the Indian team in action.
Okay, so Julia Caron first on for England. She will also close out the match for England. She was the individual champion and looked really dominant through so much of that individual event a couple of days ago. But in that final against Khatri, 15-14 it was.
Very close final indeed.
It really was, and it was fascinating. Right towards the end, you thought Khatri had found an answer for Caron. She was so aggressive with the distance, keeping it really close and just not giving Caron room to use the long lunge that is her weapon. And we expect to see that early doors in this match. She is up against Kashfi Garg of India on our right. About a chance to catch our breath after that junior men's foil final. Scotland typing it, and again onto the wrist.
I came in just as that was finishing from refereeing some veteran women's epee, and the room pretty much erupted as I walked in. I thought everybody was really happy to see me, but unfortunately not.
Julia Caron then, she's not hanging around. 3-1 in the first 30 seconds. She's here to score points. She's going to look to build a lead for England. And there's that lunge from Caron. We saw it in the individual event. Direct long lunge. She takes England to a 4-2 lead. And again, 5-2. Julia Caron takes England out into an early lead. Seth, anything that you've seen in that first 5 or so?
Julia's very good at it's keeping it simple but timing it well. She doesn't like to overcomplicate things, and she's done that very quickly as well. But it's early doors, so anything can happen from here still.
So India will hand over to Taniksha Khatri, individual silver medalist, and she will look to try and claw back some of these 3 hits. England handing over to Patricia Kazantsiak. Kazaniak. We'll just look to see if she can build on some of the work that Caron did. What we saw from Caron as well in that leg, even as soon as she got the lead, she still looked to press. She didn't sit back. She still looked to press, looked to go out and score. And then in. Patricia scores 4-2 the lead. Sorry, 6-2 the lead. 4 hits the lead.
Something you'll see a lot from Patricia is her finishing her attacks down in a deep, deep squat.
Lovely from Khatri. Three hits still the lead, early doors. Bit of a weird one, that one, Sam.
Yeah, her first attempt failed on the left. They both had a go at it, but in the end, Patricia was just quicker getting in there for another one.
And skipping through again, Khatri just looking for the blade. She may be worried about Patricia is holding, really using the reach of her French grip, isn't she? Trying to maximise the length of her ability to extend and hit.
And again, finding the blade, making it safe before she goes in for the hit.
Within 2 now. Doubles out. And again, it's fast scoring. So 10-8 England lead. Khatri will hand over to Shinde, their teammate, and Patricia will hand over to Hannah Labor. Early doors then in the third. 2 hits the lead for England. Hannah Labor then, she finished 10th in the individual. Going out to teammate Imogen Bullman, who was actually not in the team event is actually not a member of the team for this team championship. She went out 15-9 to her teammate Hannah Labor.
Labor just getting her weapon check before we get underway in this third. So Julia Caron, we were looking for that sort of simple, well-timed game. With Patricia, we were looking for the her dynamism, ability to really score in the squats. What is it you're looking for with Hannah Labor? What do you know about her?
Hannah Labor is a fencer, again, I don't know a great deal about. She spent a lot of her early fencing career training over in Hungary, I believe. But now she is actually Patricia's clubmate. So I wouldn't be surprised. No, sorry, she's not Patricia's clubmate. It's Patricia and Julia that are clubmates. But those three have been through the same club at one or other time in their fencing careers. So I'm wondering if we may see some similarities to the other two.
Dynamic from Shinde. Gave up one at the start, but when she was pinned on the foot, right on the back line. Not deterred though. And now you can see her holding her ground around her on guard line. Launches the flesh and doubles out. Shinde just keeping a compact shape in her on guard. She's not giving much away.
This time the flesh taken by Hannah Labor. She was waiting for it there, and she knew what she was going to do.
Shinde just launching that flesh from maybe half a step too far out. And that just gives Labor the time to do it. And you can see strong parries there. You talked about Hannah Labor spending a lot of her early career in Hungary training, and it's that strength on the blade, isn't it? That ability to take parries and then angle ripostes that's such a hallmark of the Hungarian approach to epee. Quick fight in the end, and a really strong leg from Labor. She's opened out a 15-11 lead for England. Garg of India back on against Patricia Krzyzeniak.
Three quick bouts actually to start this match, which is it's quite nice to see. It's what a lot of people may not associate with epee, but it's nice to show that it can happen from time to time.
Krzyzeniak then on, looking to make the most of this good lead that her teammate Hannah Labor built for her. And she built it quickly as well, and with that there's just the potential for maybe a bit of momentum to start to build for the England team.
Change of refereeing for this bout as well.
Krzyzeniak skips into distance inside the point of Garg. Stepping away, something that Patricia is particularly good at. You can see both of these fencers using the full length of the French grip guard, also with a bit of height advantage as well, but she's unable to make it to capitalize on it because Kazaniak is just so good changing the direction, skipping out of distance.
Something that really helps with Patricia is she's got such a deep and wide on guard position anyway.
And as you said, she likes to just change the height of the attack, change the height of the action. And there we see her again, dropping to foot. 7 touches the lead now for England. And England just maybe building momentum.
She's someone who really shows that fencing is not just a horizontal plane. It can also work up and down in the vertical one as well.
Down to foot again.
Nick Payne of England, who is an ex-British #1.
Yeah, God, just maybe not finding a distance. She's not looking committed to that action. And Kazaniak is just comfortable scoring on the counter-attack.
And the video referee is Maggie Pierce of England. On the red piece, Tushenko of Australia.
Scream from Kazaniak as she takes England into an 8-point lead. She's built on the work that Hannah Laborde has done and extended this lead for England. Julia Caron, individual gold medalist, will be back on against Shinde. And already this is maybe looking like danger for India.
Yeah, the last 2 bouts have seen pretty major turning point in the match. Very close in the first 2 legs, but England have just pulled away to get that 8-point lead so far.
Just while this is, while we're just changing the weapon here on the finals piece, I can tell you on the red and the blue piece, you can watch the semi-finals of the veteran men's foil. Nick Payne of England taking on Paul Vasey of England, and Andrei Tushenko of Australia taking on Alex Ellison of England. And if you're watching Hugh and Aria, the children of Alex Ellison, hi from Alex. Back underway on the finals piece though. And there's that lunge. Simple, direct, well timed.
Her long reach again there, just catching the Indian fencer on the arm on her way in.
The problem really for India is nice touch from Shinde. Just as Caron is looking to try to step in to set up that lunge, there's an opportunity to score.
It's very well timed too.
And right back. Shinde's looking to get forward. She knows she needs to score touches, but as she steps in, Caron is there to interrupt. And over the top again goes Caron.
Shinde just asking for a weapon to be tested there, but no, it was definitely out of time. Julia Caron just using her height to time out.
And this time, Shinde looking to repeat that foot touch. She is unable to, however, and once it's evaded, it is an easy touch for Caron. 5-1, and the lead has gone out to 12.
We're going to have to obviously something pretty spectacular in this bout to try and turn it around. Otherwise, India are going to find themselves in trouble pretty quickly.
India then handing over to Taniksha Khatri, individual silver medalist, against Hannah Labor, and they will need something special from the individual silver medalist, because right now this is a 12-hit lead for England over India, and at the moment the concerning thing for India is it feels like they've not really troubled the rhythm of the England fencers. Each one of them able to set up the touches that they like to score.
Yeah, England have looked pretty relaxed the whole time. They haven't looked like they've been troubled by India. They're just going on fencing their own game, doing what they're best at, but still in a position where India can come back.
England and India, junior men's sabre teams, 2-4.
Khatri with one.
Khatri doesn't look like she's hanging around here. She knows she's got hits to make up.
And as she's setting up, she's taking a lot of time with her preparation. She wants to make sure that Labor cannot take those strong parries, and that gives Labor the opportunity to score to the foot.
And Labor using the duck very effective there. Khatri just missed over her head.
In Khatri, this time she clears the blade and she has the distance. She can go to score, but still India trail by 11.
Of the blade there as well, putting the point on for the stop hit, but blocking out as well to make sure that Hannah Labor's flesh can't score a double. India at this stage cannot afford to lose any more doubles.
Commentator's curse there.
There we go. England won't mind doubles, of course, because it still keeps there nicely and gets them further towards that golden score of 45, or 30 for this bout.
I feel like England have got really one way of winning in mind. They're not looking for time. They're going to be looking to win this match with the target score, the speed that they're fencing at.
I don't think a single bout yet has gone over 2 minutes. And we see Khatri there just getting a yellow card for turning while she was trying to take the blade there. Hannah Labor keeping it there and then closing the distance very quickly to just close out the match, close out the bout, sorry, and just get that done onto the next one. India really needed a strong bout there to make up some points, but sadly for them, didn't go their way this time.
And it's problems here. You know, the problems compounded for India here. They would have wanted Khatri to at least do some damage to that deficit, but by the end of it, even though we got a couple of single lights in there for Taniksha Khatri, the lead is still 12 as we go into the 7th, and Kazaniak back on against Shinde.
Well, England have actually just brought in their substitute, Abigail
Have
Black.
they?
Yep. So Patricia is now sitting out for her last bout and is being replaced by Abigail Black. A fencer who likes to take her time to set up hits. We may not see her go out all guns blazing, but she would much rather sit and wait for Shinde to make a mistake or come towards her, and we'll just wait to try and score hits.
Black there, just sitting on the edge of distance. She doesn't need to commit in deep. She knows that all of the work needs to be done by India, and she knows that doubles will not do. They do not help India one bit. They need single lights, which means taking risks. Black then holding firm. We are almost into P yellow territory here. And a minute has elapsed, and that means it is a P yellow for India. It is problem after problem. Now they're in a situation where every minute without a touch is a red card. And it means that Shinde is just having to take risks. She is having to try and force the issue. And every time she does, she creates opportunities for Abigail Black to score. Looking to take her time setting up, but the clock, the scoreboard, it is all against her. Abigail Black really disciplined here, and it means that when Shinde looks to score, when Shinde is looking to score now, she has so little. P yellow for India. And Abigail Black can just wait and pick the moment that she wants. This time Shinde able to thread it, needle through, and attack and get through the defences of Black.
Shinde will start having to do more than that though if she wants to try and start closing the gap to give her teammates more of a chance the last two bouts.
A double, and they are just not enough for India. So much pressure now on the on this Indian team. And Black goes in. Shinde is unable to capitalise. The lead is now at 14. And it means that Shinde's rushing.
Abigail just waiting for Shinde to come in attacking there. Shinde didn't have much of an option. She's got a large deficit to try and make up, and Abigail knew that was coming, just picked her off.
The penultimate leg now. Garg back on for India, Labor back on for England. Maybe not an impossibility for India, but we're not far away from that kind of territory. We're certainly in heroics territory. We're India to find a spark and be able to get back in this match.
It's certainly not over yet. Anything can happen still.
Hannah Labor then on for her last. Kashfi Barg on for hers.
Very quick, within 2 seconds there, and again, England will be more than happy with the doubles.
Hannah Laborde happy to throw caution to the wind. All she needs to do is get her hand out, and that's what she'll be doing. No touch, it hits somewhere that wasn't on the piste. Garg would like another look.
Garg was called for video there. I think the referee is saying that she hit herself, but we'll just have a look at the outcome of this video. From Garg's actions on piste as well, it looked like she wanted to try and rescind the video, having asked for the video, but sadly that's it's too late for Garg. You can't do that. Being awarded a yellow card there as well. So an unsuccessful video review, meaning she loses her review for this bout. She can't ask for a video again, and she's got a yellow card. Couldn't quite see what that yellow card was for. May very well have been for turning.
And Laborde launches the flash attack. It's maybe a touch too far out, but she doesn't mind because she doesn't. A double is plenty good enough for her. Finally, a single light.
Making use of long-handled epee there, just catching Hannah Laborde on the arm.
And there's the exchange of ripostes.
A couple of quick hits for India. So we might see them gaining confidence, and we could see a little flurry of hits for India here.
Laborde though, no panic. Garg stuck, unable to go forwards, unable to go out. She's a sitting duck waiting for Laborde to finish. It's a long way out with the flash. And it will be a yellow card for... Will it be for Garg?
Might be a red card for Garg.
Possibly for turning?
Yeah, that looks like... yeah, there
turning.
We go. A red card for Garg, which will not help India's case in any way. They cannot afford to lose any more points, and unfortunately that's just given a point to Hannah Laborde.
And there's a riposte from Laborde. And in the end, I felt that maybe Garg would be able to get some kind of quick points going, but it's still the same. The damage is still the same, 40-25.
And now we see a repeat of the individual final.
Indeed. Khatri of India against Karon of England. It was a nail-biting final in the individual, 15-14. Karon this time in a much more comfortable position. 15 points she leads. He only needs 5 to take gold for England.
Could we please have a video operator to the yellow piece and to the green piece? Video operators please to the yellow and to the green piece.
Khatri really nullified Caron's lunge in the final. However, she just doesn't have the luxury of being able to set that up in the lovely touch from Julia Caron. But she does not have the luxury of being able to set that up in this match. She needs to chase the hits. She needs to do anything she can.
Despite this being the largest deficit for India to try and make up in a bout so far, that's been the slowest start to one, taking the largest amount of time to score the first point.
Khatri now just having to push further, having to push harder, and the consequence is Julia Caron can just sit back, pick off the mistakes. 2 unanswered points. And there is the 43rd for Julia Caron. And the 44th. One touch away. A masterful performance from England. They have dominated this match from the first leg. And there it is, 45-25, 5-0 in the end of that last leg. Such a contrast to the individual final. It will be gold for England at the end of this junior women's épée competition. Close in the first 2, but then Labor came on, opened it out. Kazaniak really began to get motoring, and the lead just built and built until it was truly insurmountable for India, and that was the end. We, however, will take a very short break, and then we will be back for our last team final of the Junior Commonwealth Fencing Championships, and it will be England versus India again, but this time in junior men's sabre. Join us again then. Thank you. right then. It is the last of the Junior Commonwealth Championships competitions, and it is Junior Men's Team Sabre. India versus England. And this is maybe the matchup that we were kind of expecting all the way through the day. The England team and the Indian team really locking out the medals in the individual competition. England taking gold and 1 bronze, India taking silver and the other bronze. Here we go then, Jaiswal, Jubraj Singh Oinam of India. He will be opening for India and closing for them. Ian Ho of England, bronze medalist. He will be opening for England, and this is a repeat of one of the semi-finals from the individual. Oinam came through that match 15-8. Ho will be looking to improve on that performance. He was put under real pressure by Oinam in the individual, and in particular, Oinam just made life so difficult for Ho in the middle of the piste. Ho's attacks were maybe just a bit one-dimensional, and it meant that when Oinam was mixing up his preparation in the middle, it was really easy for him to just skip away from this sort of one-paced attack that Ian Ho was throwing off of the on-guard line. India on the left, England, India on the left and England on the right for this team match. The England lineup is Darcy Holdsworth, Max Cromie, Ian Ho from Peace with Olympus and Julius in reserve. The Indian team is Rishikesh Rajesh Jaiswal, Prince and Jubraj Singh Oinam, with Dhruv Walia on the bench. Good initially defense from Ho, but he's not on the front foot in the middle, which means that when he's taking the riposte, the parry, he's not good and balanced to take the riposte. Video called immediately by Oinam. He thinks there's timing to be found in Ho's attack. It is indeed overturned. Sorry, no, stays with Ian Ho with the attack. There's the attack from Ho. It's a very similar one to the one that he was using in that individual semi-final. In that individual semi-final. This time, though, puts a bit more oomph into it. This is the attack off the line. It's exactly the same as the previous hit that Oynum sent to video. I do not expect this to come back changed. They're back quite quickly. That's rarely a good sign for whoever's called the review. Oynum 5-3. Ian Hogue maybe won't be too disappointed with that.
Attention please, veterans women's epee semi-finalists, please attend the call room. Veterans women's epee semi-finalists, please attend the call room.
Into the second now. Individual champion Max Cromie from England will take on Rishikesh Rajesh Jaiswal. Cromie has looked so strong in the middle of the piste. Jaiswal, it'll be interesting to see how he will approach this. Will he look to match or take on Cromie in the middle of the piste? Or will he look to take it out of the middle and try and neutralize this really high intensity game that Cromie's playing? Jaiswal commits in deep. He immediately sends the referee to video. Again, I'm not sure this will come back well. I do believe that he comes in and stops. And again, referee is back quickly. One for Cromie, and this is that just sharpness from Max Cromie at the moment. Much better from Jaiswal. Big attack from India is too big. Preparation scored. Huge swing from Jaiswal. Cromie in to score on Preparation. It's aggressive. The first is no from Cromie, but he's so committed to it. He lands, and into the commentary box comes Patrick Jennings. Pat, thanks for joining us.
No worries. I've just come into the score, and it looks like it's going to be a close match.
I was saying to the lovely audience, this is probably the match we may have expected to be the final coming in at the start of this competition.
Yeah, definitely. And I think they've both been fencing very well in the previous legs, in the previous matches. So I do think it's going to be very, very close, this one.
And Max Cromie is probably fencing in the middle of the piste about as well as I've ever seen him fence after that individual final. He just looks confident.
Nice attack from him. Yep, got a very good. His preparation is nice. It's energetic, and he's just catching him. That was the right thing to do from Max. He knows himself. Just a tiny bit of adjustment on the distance needed there with another step forward and possibly gets that para past.
Attack, counter attack. Cromie varies off the line.
Nice and small. He knows that the Indians sometimes look for attack on Preparation. Exactly like that. He wandered into that one a bit too deep, and as I said, they look for the attack on Preparation. I think if he has to do that, he has to be more committed off the line now.
Confident from Max Cromie.
Nice way to finish that leg off, and I do think it's going to be like this all the way through. It's going to be a bit of one hit either way, unless somebody puts a big leg in.
It's a good turnaround from Cromie in this leg. 5-3, he came into it trailing by 2. 7-4, his score against Jaiswal.
Now, I've been refereeing the Indians team today, and normally they do put him on, and I'm pretty sure now they'll make a substitution and bring on their reserve for Jaiswal's next match. So it's going to be a completely change of character with a much taller taller fencer coming on the piste.
So Holdsworth on for England.
Yeah, a bit of an early start there.
It's Prince from India, and I believe these two might have actually met in the quarterfinals of the individual, and it was Prince who came through that one, a 15:10.
Very, very nice attack there. Pulls him short in the middle, takes his time. Holdsworth going to have to adapt to that.
He said it was going to be close. He said it was going to be back and forth. 1 point in it at the moment.
Very, very nice touch. It'd be difficult if he wants to replicate that one again, because Prince will be much sharper next time. Yep, and this is sometimes what they do. They look for a lot of attack on preparation. They'll bleed some points there. Excellent attack, nice and patient along there. Doesn't panic, good finish at the end. Oh, he's just off the piste.
Holdsworth misses the attack. It does not matter. Prince is off.
Oh, he's expected to be close. Is this going to be the leg that could define the match here? Prince needs to put in a couple of points. Makes him miss. Just needs to hold this. Patient like last time. Holdsworth's probably going to try a line.
Oh! Too much. The line just causes the doubt in Prince, and he drops the attack short, and Holdsworth skips away to score with the riposte. Great leg for Holdsworth, 5-2.
Excellent leg, and as we said, I didn't really expect it. 4 point gap already here, and with Hall coming on, India have a big leg now in hand. I like the way Ian fences. It's strong, it's energetic, and if the crowd get behind him, I could see him pulling away here. Needs to be a big response.
So we think this is Walia, do we, of India on?
So maybe they've not made this up this time. I did see the manager go up to the referees, so possibly they're waiting for the.
Still Jaiswal, I think, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Nice power pass there.
Maybe also a bit behind on the timing, Ian Ho. Didn't get the light on, even if he had. It feels like that would have still been attack India.
Yeah, I agree with you there.
They both look for the blade. It is attack from the right. India call for video. This feels hopeful.
Yeah, and if I was refereeing, I still would give it to England. I'm not sure if it's too low as well into guard. But they're having a bit of a discussion about it. And the referees have a much better angle down there. We're slightly up in the rafters.
Hanging out with the pigeons.
No, they're
having a proper look at this. They've come back and...
yeah, into guard, as I said.
Exactly as I said, Pat.
Oh, needs a response now.
Is it into the guard? Does it go through? It's just straight attack from India.
I just think Ian Ho, he just needs to maybe just not go in the middle this time. Possibly go in for an action such as a make miss. Exactly like that. That's
beautiful.
Exactly, because when you're up and you've got your opponents, they have to be perfect. So it's a good time to change it up like that.
Is that the attack from Ian Ho? It is. And it's like you said, this Indian team, they like to vary their timing in the middle, but they love the attack on preparation. And if you can mix up, you can do a really good job on them. And it's exactly what Ian Ho has done.
excellent. I just think so far England in the middle are managing this game much, much better. India, it seems, are getting a bit caught up in terms of really, really wanting to, you know, win that initial battle. And for now, if I was them, they just need to be a bit more sensible. But we have Omni, who was runner-up, coming on, who, as we know, is very, very good.
So the individual silver medalist back on. 7 points to deficit. It's a big deficit, but one big leg in Sabre could completely change the look of this match.
Coming on now, we've got a few technical issues. His wire doesn't seem to be working. Here we go then.
Holdsworth of England on our right, taking on Jubraj Singh Oinam on our left. Oh, Holdsworth. You'd say he was lucky, but he's been doing it all week.
That was a beautiful setup for him now. Omni needs to really change his distance on the attack. I would be surprised if she doesn't call him back to video. Yeah, is he going to let it go? Good distance work there. Beautiful stuff, nice and patient. Goes right back to that back line and holds his attack.
Missed twice, did Holdsworth, and if you're India, you just cannot afford to let someone off the hook, missing two ripostes in the same point, and absolutely through goes India. Sorry, England.
Yeah, he's looking for, I think it's attack compose there, so he goes backwards, he searches for parry.
Not been at the video long.
Exactly, looks for that parry, trying to do two actions at once. It's an excellent touch. You can see that a bit slower start from Holdsworth because he's kind of knows he's on the front foot.
Holdsworth in, looks for a big parry to finish. Oinam still alive, still composed. Oinam needs to land this attack, surely.
Holdsworth's been good under defence so far. But I think, you know, maybe he could have saved himself 2 points. I think going for that big parry post, and then slightly there, he seemed to just be a bit more lethargic in the middle. Attack stop, yes.
These are good points for Oinam. But Holdsworth in, back out. And despite maybe looking like he was going to have a bit of a rally, it's still only 4-5 in that leg. It's not enough for India. The lead extends again. And it's Prince now on against Max Cromie. Do they have is there a strategy, is there a tactic? Because at the moment, as you said, Pat, India are way too reliant on this attack on preparation, and despite slowing it down and speeding it up, the distance is the same, and England are just pulling them apart on it.
Yeah, I think Prince needs now to kind of not rush so much, but we know Cromie's middle is just being excellent, so this is going to be definitely a difficult leg.
How is Prince going to look to approach this in the middle of the piece?
I think against Max, if he rushes off the line, Max will just give him a two-step preparation and a parry post like that. He's going to try and do that a bit more often. Again, we've seen this from Cromie before. He just needs a minor adjustment in distance and he'll get that hit. So. And you're going to expect Prince every so often to go off the line as soon as Ali is said, and that is an opportunity. able to kind of make miss or parry without coming too far into the middle of the piste.
On red piece, Ruth Silverstone of Wales, who is a 1998 Commonwealth bronze team medalist.
Just taking a moment while the semi-finalists for the veteran women's epee are announced. Those are taking place on the blue and the red piece. You can watch them on the live stream, and it is Georgina Usher of Scotland taking on Abigail Nutt of Australia. That is on blue, and on red it is Ruth Silverstone of Wales taking on Karen Lansou of Canada. You can watch them on the dedicated streams for the blue and red piece, but we will be staying here for the... Oh, Chromie! Too smart, too much variety in the middle.
So again, looking for that tackle preparation now. Chromie may miss, but Why gets caught behind the leg right to stop it. Nice power pass going backwards there from Prince. He's the third.
Maybe a bit of momentum now for Prince.
That's what I wanted to see more from Prince. He's not going too much into the middle, and he's got great legs to make people miss. And he should rely on this more, and hopefully he will bleed less points in the middle for his team. Not something you want now, this mini break if you're Prince. He's got a bit of momentum behind him.
A little bit of a false start from Prince. The referee lets him off. But not this time.
I think the first one was understandable because we had a bit of the break with the announcement, but this one... Searches for the blade in the middle. Again, trying to have two options out, which unfortunately you can't do.
And the referee is so consistent with that. He likes the way that Chromie is attacking in the middle of the piste. Chromie on the attack, Prince.
Oh, what
beautiful!
As I said before, maybe he would have had him then. Prince seemed to be losing his balance, but great athleticism for staying up on the back line.
This time, Prince is in, and it's maybe one of the first in the middle that Chromie's lost for a while.
Again, I think he had it himself. He just a bit hesitant there himself, second guessing.
The attack is from Chromie. Every time he is sent to video, this will not be overturned, surely.
I'm really liking the way that Chromie is starting each. He seems to be almost a minuscule steps. That's just giving him this little bit of advantage.
Having a look. Bit of a discussion taking place, but they're back. It is attack Chromie. This is attack India, though.
Again, I think Chromie could have set something up there. He definitely seemed to want it, but sometimes you just get caught in two minds. This time.
Attack Chromie.
Nice touch there.
And it's that accuracy in the middle of the piece, not just with the blade, but also with the feet. You said it, Pat, he's starting small and he's just picking exactly where Prince is going to be. So precise with the attack.
Just excellent all-round work. And we now come to our reserve, who has come on this time. We thought he might have come on one leg earlier. Maybe that was tactical. Possibly they fought each other in an individual event.
Walia then on against Holdsworth. Holdsworth has had two really strong legs. Actually, he's only given up. How many points has he given up? He's only given up 6 points in his first two legs. the mark. Same touch twice. Holdsworth reprises though, and this is the problem. Holdsworth, he loves to wait in the middle of the piece, and no Indian fencer has been able to throw him off of this game.
Just rushes off there, kind of without preparations. Just needs to go back to his game, what he's just been doing. That's much better.
Slows it down, backs his defence. What are we seeing here? Does Holdsworth stop? Yes, he does.
We're seeing now this trend come across more, and I completely agree. If you stop on the attack, it's the other person should take up.
Oh, Holdsworth on the counter offence, out of the middle. Holdsworth has been immense in this match.
He just seems to have the distance. If he's not going to get you on the counter attack, he's going to make you fall short.
You can see how that's playing into his confidence in the middle. He's happy to wait because he doesn't mind having to go backwards. Walia though, he's doing a great job for India. This is the attack though this time. There's no timing for Walia to attack.
Just again, I think Walia wanted it too much there in the middle. Needs a tiny bit more patience. But again, a great leg from Holdsworth.
Prince and Ho on for the penultimate leg. 8 touches the lead. They opened it out to this in the 4th leg, and they've just held it there pretty much perfectly ever since, through those middle 3 legs.
We did say that could be the decisive leg already that early in the match. I mean, we'd love to be right, but also I would love it to be a very close match for the crowd as well.
Prince then. Can he find some momentum? Can he get back into this match? And then to give something to Oynam for what will be a repeat of the individual final. Attack up for Prince.
We've said about this, it is a very powerful, strong attack off the line, but when you go that fast, it is difficult to see your opponent who is moving backwards, and he's been caught with this a couple of times. Yes.
Prince with an opportunity in attack, but he throws it away. Ian Ho does not need a second invitation to make him pay. It's better in the middle from Prince, but it's not. Is it line? Surely not. Attack given.
Yeah, his blade there is not in a line position for me. It's more of it's more of a preparation position.
And Oynam is not fencing badly. He's just making small mistakes, but he doesn't have the hits. He needs this attack. Finally gets right through to the back line and finishes.
That was a good adjustment from Prince, because sometimes in that situation you do feel the pressure. You've missed all these times. Good play in the middle. And again, I think this is when he fences at his best, when he's not rushing too much in the middle, when he has all his options open. And I just hope he doesn't blast off the line and get hit.
Attack. Indecision in the middle of the piece.
And we talked about these going for this attack on preparation when it's not there.
And it's been a strategic error from India across this entire match. They've been looking for attack on preparation, and it just has not been there. Every single one of the England fencers, particularly Cromie and Ho, have been so effective off the line scoring their attacks. And we come back now, a repeat of the individual final. Cromie of England, Oynam of India. very different setting though to where we were in that final. 15-13 it was to Max Cromie. Oynum will need to do something heroic. He's starting 10 hits down.
But it is Sabre, so it's definitely possible.
There's the first one, preparation. And often the Indians have been able to get a preparation first up, but then it just feels like it feeds their confidence and they go for it, they think it's on, they go for it too frequently and they get punished.
Exactly like that what you said, and I was going to say as well, you know, sometimes when you're 10 points up, it's not bad to maybe even drop a point. Allow them to think they can get the attack on preparation again. Now he has gone to video, he thinks he kind of goes straight through.
Referees are back. They've had a bit of a discussion. Still parry riposte. Again, it's fast in the middle, but it's not enough. Oynum, though, has a look at an attack. He cannot consolidate.
Excellent counter-attack as well. Great time.
It's what you said, Pat. This Indian team, they've been so keen to go in the middle, but they either rush or they wait too long.
And I think it's just been really good piece management, middle management from the England boys, knowing they had a plan coming on. And I think India have been sucked into it too many times. Yep, he's going to go to video. He's been caught on this a couple of times. Yep.
Ah, you called it in the earlier leg, Pat.
He's been caught a couple of times on this. I've reffed him in the semi-final and it was twice.
Yellow card, crossing his feet on the flunge. There's that preparation again. They want it too much.
Oh, what a great touch that was. The ability to stop that fast. Incredible.
Felt like actually Oynum was so off balance that Cromie might just have been able to restart with the reprise, but Oynum came to a complete stop. Attack for India. But the gap is still 10. Attack for India.
And I think Cromie has just changed his preparation at the minute. He needs to go back to the one he was using before, which is kind of a bit more energetic, like almost free hops in a sense. Something that just gives him a bit more energy, or go to that very tiny small step. I think if we see a change back to that, then he'll probably get the next point.
There it is, the change of preparation from Cromie. They're both paused and Cromie is on the attack.
And when he has that beautiful small preparation, it's just, you know, Oynum, I think he was committed too much at the beginning there.
One touch needed now for England, for Max Cromie to add team gold to his individual gold. There's the reprise. England through. They are team gold medalists. Max Cromie, double gold medalist. And it's a mature performance. 45-34. We thought this would be close. In the end, England running away with it, really, Pat.
Yeah, and as we said, very, very intelligent, mature fencing from them. Not letting it get caught up in the moment. I think that leg that we talked about, where there was where it was really opened the gap to almost 7 touches. As we said, we think that could be the one which finishes it. It turns out it pretty much did. India really couldn't get back. But they will go back, they'll watch this themselves, and they'll see a lot of the times they were just making the same error. But this is fencing when you're on the piste. You know, when you know your moves and you want to be able to do them, it's very difficult to get out of that rhythm. But an excellent match by England, all fences.
Terrific performance then from the England junior men's sabre team, and that concludes our coverage of the Junior Commonwealth Fencing Championships 2022. Tomorrow is the turn of the cadets, the under-17s. They will be in action in the first 3 individual events, but we are not done yet here today, this afternoon, because it is the turn of the veterans, and we will have the veteran individual men's foil match coming up for you very shortly. Andrei Tishenko of Australia taking on Paul Veazey of England, and then after that we will have the veteran individual women's epee, which we will have for you here live. But for now, thank you very much for joining us. Thank you very much, Pat.
Thank you for having me again.
Cheers. Join us again shortly. Welcome back to Sports Doc. It is time for our fourth final of the afternoon. It is the first time that we will see the veterans in action, and it is the veteran men's foil. And Paul Veazey of England will be taking on Andrei Tichenko of Australia. And I am, after a short break, a short hiatus from commentary duties, I am delighted to welcome back to the box Luke Diemer.
Thank you very much for having me again.
So let me just get these names up, because at the moment it is definitely not right. Okay, Tichenko.
And whilst you're putting up those names, I'd like to give a shout out, because once again we have an English person in the final, so I'm not refereeing, but it's nice to see Ewan Diemer, of course my brother, as assessor in this final. Of course he is Welsh.
So then, Paul Veazey of England on our right, Andrei Tichenko of Australia on our left. And the main thing we're going to be initially just remembering with the veteran fencing is first to 10 and 2 periods of 3 minutes. So we will not be going to 15, and we will not have 3 periods. So these matches are effectively a third shorter, 33% shorter than your sort of senior, junior or cadet DE.
Absolutely, and what that means in terms of the opportunities you have to change tactics is that little bit reduced. So you're likely to see those initial tactics have far more impact on the overall thing. You have to be slightly more risk averse, slightly more conservative in how you fence, because every point matters that little bit more.
Tichenko presses, accelerates and scores. Patient build-up from Andrei Tichenko. And he collects the blade and lands off target.
2 very different styles early on as well. So Tichenko coming out there with a nice slow press. Veazey far more reliant on speed.
And this time, Veazey gets the blade, but Tichenko equal to it with the counter riposte.
So is the risk. When you rush that attack, yes, you can find lines that before they close, but if your first attack is no, or if you get parried, just a bit stuck in this space.
Paul Veazey just dancing with the back line there. And in, but he rushes in. Andrei Tichenko on the counter-attack, 3-0 the lead.
Of course, with that back line, for the referees amongst you, you'll know that the piste is a 3D space. So providing his foot is still over the line, even if it's not touching the piste, he is still on. Once again, though, we've seen that rushed attack, fast attack from Veazey, but Tichenko turning his line into a counter, just able to get the point on. 3-0 already.
And yeah, we say already as well because, you know, just like you said at the start, oh, and 4-0 Tichenko. You know, maybe 3, even 4-0 in a match to 15. You're thinking, it's bad, but it's okay. We can build back into this, no problem. But in a match to 10, we're almost halfway there.
Absolutely. Actually, despite what we've said about that slow press, we see it coming again from Tichenko. That fast acceleration right at the end, all it took was a step lunge, but it just caught Veazey off balance, just happened to work.
Veazey just not landing his attacks at all. The counter-attack again from Tichenko.
If I was Veazey in this position now, I'd at least try a slow press in the attack. There you go, referee Pablo just putting him behind his on-guard line. But a little bit more patience now.
There's that build-up, that familiar build-up that we've seen so effective from Tichenko. And this time, maybe Veazey, better line, better finish, a bit slower, but Tichenko is there with the remise, 6-0.
I think that's what we call a coach killer there. It's one of those where you've gone for the hit, they've gone for the counter. Neither of them turn up, you spin around for the box, and that's when the hit comes up. It's soul destroying, but it means so much in a fight to 10, as we said before.
There's Tichenko winding up his press. His distance on this press is so good. And at last, direct from Veazey, he lands. Has he given himself too much work to do, or can he bring himself back into this match? Time, not an issue.
He's got something there that will work, though. If he can get out of the way in time, he's got this fast, slow, fast, slow. It's that variation in tempo that seems slightly more successful.
And this time, maybe you think Veazey might have spotted the moment on the counter-attack, but unable to land.
So it's risky to counter in that slow press. It's far easier when they rush it like that, though.
And Veazey just cannot line up his attack. And you can see as well Tishenko just changing where his blocking out high. This is the attack, though, from Veazey, as Tishenko looks to line up his attack.
And we go to video. Both fencers heavy on the prep, I think it's fair to say, in the middle there. Tight call from referee Pablo. We'll send it to video. But he's just saying, after so much preparation, who ultimately commits to the attack first? And yes, absolutely, it's still Veazey. Attack from the right in the middle. Maybe who was maybe not so much most convincing, but least unconvincing.
Here's the press from Tishenko. Gives it up. Defence and attack working so well for the Australian.
In fairness, both fences have been good in defence.
And a much more patient build-up from Paul Veazey. He lines up the moment, sees the counter-attack and finishes.
It's one of those challenges for Tishenko as well, because the line and then turning into a counter has worked so well. The challenge is, when your arm is out like that, you open up the space under your arm, that classic place that people like to attack into. And you don't have your arm back, you don't have that extra little bit of timing to make the parry.
And again, it's that broken up rhythm on the attack from Paul Veazey, and he can finish.
Indeed, it's starting to work. You know, this is a couple of points in now.
Patient now, build up. Veazey looks for the counter-attack.
Simple attack off target. Pablo there just going to video to check with the head. So remember, when you counter in, you cannot duck the head because that comes under covering in foil. Yellow card offence, Group 1.
There's the attack, but Veazey now, he's equal to it, and now he's landing the attacks. Bit of noise from the England crowd.
Okay, Tishenko's got to think what he's going to do in defence, because these counters now are proving costly. When he's spinning in, he's not able to get enough round. He's still being hit to front or hit under the arm. In fairness to Veazey, he's able to change that line.
And Veazey changes the line, but he misses. He goes low, and it looks like he gets stuck around the arm of Tishenko. The counter-attack lands.
It's one of those commentators' curses, I reckon.
Yeah,
you say something works.
Yeah, you really sold him out there. There's the press from Veazey into the last 5 seconds now.
Still time for one last attack.
Into the minute break then. And he's taken a while to get going. He was 6-0 down. And since then, it's been 4-2 on the score. And yeah, if he's able to replicate that kind of scoring rhythm, we're going to be close as we get into the in the final period. But a 6-touch head start in a match to 10 is very generous.
Absolutely, and this is what we said right at the beginning. In the veterans, unlike the other events we've seen throughout the weeks, you can't have so many swings and changes in momentum and direction throughout the fight. Both fencers have things that are working for them. Tishenko has that slow pressing attack that seems to be working. His counter's less so right now, but he's got an attack. And likewise, Veazey now has that slow press and then acceleration, slow press, acceleration that seems to be working for him. But he only has 2 points. Sorry, he only has 1 point to play with from Tishenko, and that's a very difficult ask when you've got somebody that's constantly counter-attacking.
Veazey then. He started to get his attack working, but it needs to be perfect. It hasn't yet been perfect in this match.
I mean, we also have to say it is a big competition, the veterans, as well, so there is an endurance element that comes into all of this, even with fights to 10. But both athletes very strong so far in terms of their movement.
Who starts first? Paul Veazey starts first. Tishenko would like another look at this.
I'd like another look at this as well. I think, once again, though, Pablo doing a great job in terms of this refereeing. These are very tight margins, and it's a very tight fight. Both fences preying off the line, but then it's who commits to that attack first. Absolutely. Point goes to VC.
Patient build-up now. No opportunity to make a mistake. No, every attack must count.
Notice he's slowed it down a little, so there's not the fast presses in there, because that's the risk for the counter.
Oh, will there be a yellow card here?
Surely there.
A starring role for Ewan Dima. He raises his hand to say there was definitely covering.
Yeah, ducking with the head there. Almost horizontal, in fairness, but yes, proud brother moment right there.
Tishenko unable to land. He just lands flat.
Attack, no counter, touche. It's not something you can rely on, but when every hit counts, absolutely one that VC needed.
Pulvesi skipping away.
Once again, far more patience on the attack.
Oh!
That was the opening he wanted, though. He was preparing for it. He just got caught mid-step. In fairness, that's great timing from Tishenko.
Oh, the attack is with VZ.
Getting my hand signal straight out. Lovely attack on prep there. Almost textbook. Just as Tishenko brings his arm back. Commitment to the attack from Paul.
Now then, Paul VZ scored 3 unanswered points in this at the start of this final period. Tishenko looking to press, but he cannot land it. Oh! What is that? What is the counter attack? Is there covering? No hands up. It is given as a counter attack. Tishenko has used his last video. He used it earlier.
Absolutely. Interestingly, it's the change of directions now where we're starting to see those hits, or at least the risk of the hits. That's where we see the slight difference between veterans and the main senior events. Those change directions where you have the opportunity to go for immediate counters or to change into your attack.
8 apiece then, 6-0. Tishenko led.
Yeah, who would have predicted that at the beginning of this fight?
And there we go, the attack. It's been missing for a while. Back. Match point Tishenko.
Paul just slightly slow with his feet there. Paid the price with the point.
He doesn't want to go backwards, does VZ? But can he trust his attack? He doesn't commit to it fully. And Tishenko can build now. It goes on the attack. VZ pressing now.
Space under the arm. Finds the blade.
Tishenko pressing now. VZ back on the press. Parry is found. It is off target.
Absolutely. Poor VC just touching that as well.
VZ pressing on the back line. Does he find the blade? He does! Unable to land. Tishenko, the counter-attack scores 10-8. It is gold for Andrei Tishenko. It is gold for Australia. A mammoth comeback from Paul VZ. From 6-0 down, he brought it to 8. We thought that was going to be it, but he just, at that point then, Tishenko finds an attack, and then there's no room for error for Paul VZ.
It's always that uncertainty on the back line. They don't move quite as you expect them to. They don't step back with the parry. Your distance is slightly out, and there we see it, absolutely costing that final crucial point.
An enthralling final in the closing stages. So glad to be joined again by Luke Dima to guide us through that match. Luke, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for having me.
And we will be taking a very short break, and then we will be back for our last final of the afternoon, which will be the veteran women's Epee final. Join us again then. Thank you very much. Right, and we are immediately back, and it is going to be the veteran women's epee final, and I am delighted to be joined again in the commentary box by Mike Selig. Mike, thanks for coming back for us, and thanks for joining for this last final of the day.
No worries. Good evening, everyone. It's good to be back.
So, veteran women's epee, we have Georgina Usher of Scotland on our right, taking on Karen Lansu of Canada on our left. And like the match that we just saw a moment ago, one of the main things, we talked about it yesterday, didn't we, with the first veterans event. We're going to 10, and it's 2 periods of 3 minutes, and that means basically a third less of a match in which to fence, in which to recover a deficit.
Yeah, and this makes a difference tactically, right? It's if you get 2 or 3 points behind, and you're fencing to 15, and you've got a lot more space to play with. You can still afford to take risks. Your opponent might get 1 or 2 doubles and move the score along, particularly in epee, but it's still no big deal. With these fights to 10, whoever gets a 2 or 3 point lead, then the opponent really has not very much space to go and make that point back.
So every point really will count, and particularly anyone who's able to get out into any kind of early lead.
Yeah, I haven't seen much of these two fence. I watched a bit of the semi-finals. I've seen obviously a bit more of Georgina over the years, CEO of British Fencing also. Georgina's a very, very strong counter-offensive fencer, so she looks to feed off her opponent's attacks. She'll look to draw an attack and then either get a counter-attack or parry. The Canadian, who's a pommeler, very similar. She's going to look to use her reach to stall these hits. So, in a way, similar styles. So it's going to be interesting to see who manages to set up their correct distance. It's a very cagey start so far. Just feeling each other out, trying to find that distance, work out what their preferred distance is to set up their hits. I suspect the Canadian will want a slightly longer distance. Georgina will try and get into distance, draw an attack, and then work off that. It'll be interesting to see how they go about it.
So 15 seconds remaining before we have our first P yellow, which would, of course, if it stays like this, be for both of them. Usher just insisting a little bit more with the action.
Yeah, a couple of sort of slightly cagey attacks, but they're still cagey. She's not really going for it. She's just looking to feel out, possibly just trying to work out what her opponent's going to do if she does attack as well. So sometimes you'll see epees. They're not real attacks. They're just kind of feint attacks where you go deep enough just to draw a reaction to try and work out what the primary reaction is going to be.
And there we go, Usher with the first, and with both of them on a P yellow. That might make all the difference later on into the match. A quick tactical sub up here in the commentary box. Luke Diemer back in for Mike Selig.
You could have just said Selig suddenly had a deeper voice, but yes.
So Usher with the lead, both of them on a P yellow card after that first minute. Any lead in epee is vital. In a match to 10 with P yellow cards already involved, even more so. And Usher now so comfortable at the back of her piece, and she just picks onto the shoulder. 2-0 the lead.
Absolutely, it's something we saw in Georgina's semi-final fight as well. That kind of patience down to the back line when she's finally got nowhere else to move, that counter coming into play, the extendable arms like Mr. Tickle, just able to reach through with the counter.
So Lansu, I suspect this probably wasn't the game that she would have wanted to play. She would have wanted to be ideally in Usher's shoes, where she's got the lead and she can feed off of the mistakes of her opponent. And doubles, often in epee, as Mike was saying to us at the start, a double is often not a bad thing, but in a match to 10 with a lead of 2, actually they can make a big difference.
Absolutely, and of course, Lansu on the left is a pommeler. She wants to go for the typical defence. It's less about being able to take parries, it's more about being able to take those counters, which does not play into your hands when you are chasing this match, particularly against a tall fencer like Usher.
And Lansu looks to go, but maybe not her moment. She's feeling under pressure to score. She needs touches. 3 hits the lead now for Georgina Usher.
Yeah, distance just a little bit too big there. Usher sees it coming, able to react, just disengages, and out comes the counter. Of course, even though Lasso was off the piste, Georgina can still finish her action, and we see the touch correctly given there by referee Peter Crease.
4-1 then the lead. And this is a very difficult position now that Karen Lansu finds herself in. She is trailing by 3, which in with so few touches remaining in the match, only up to 10, that makes a difference. But also P yellows, if we were to have a minute without a hit, it doesn't matter that Georgina Usher has one as well, because she is leading on the scoreboard, and that means the P red would only be for Lansu.
It's always a fun one to explain, isn't it, for the non-referees watching? But yes, absolutely. And so another period of non-combativity would see Georgina Usher go another point ahead if the scores stayed as they are now. It's all about how you chase this match for Lasno, how she can start to press without keeping Georgina in that comfort zone of her warning line to back line, avoiding those counters that have been so effective for Georgina all day.
Final period then of 3 minutes. Lansu needs to start manufacturing single lights. Double touches will not help her. And she knows that the clock is against her too.
Absolutely, it's chasing those points coupled with the risk aversion of not getting the counter. It's such a hard one to juggle.
There we go, Lansu, she moves Usher up and down a little bit, gets her to the back line, but then moves in and out, and that creates the timing, her first single light.
Yeah, and if we contrast that to the point that saw Georgina go 4-1 up just before the minutes break, distance just that fraction bit closer, and that's why the flesh works. It doesn't give Georgina the time to respond with her normal counter, therefore we just get that one light, rather than being able to either get the counter or double it through.
Lansu will know that it's going to be counterattacks coming, so expect to see her as well. When she's attacking, she's going to be going with a really high hand, because she's going to want to block out that high line, preventing Usher's counterattack from landing if she can.
Yeah, as much as we said there's just the 2 periods, that can feel like forever when you are caught on your warning line or back line, just as Georgina is right now. Got to constantly be alert.
Lovely hit from Georgina Usher. You can see she's only got half a foot on the piece, but it's just enough as Lansu insists with the distance, gets closer, and then Usher skips in over the top of her to score and re-establish that 3-point lead.
Yeah, Georgina actually being proactive there. It's one of those things that when you're forced over your back line, or nearly over your back line I should say, then you've got to do something, and actually in this space, being proactive, being slightly more offensive in her actions worked in Georgina's favour there. Wasn't expected by Lansu, and Georgina comes out with that extra point.
Back towards the back line here. Lansu looking to set up, but this time, as she's looking to set up, Usher in, scores. There is also a hand up.
Yeah, it's just for socks though, just to pull up her socks. We're not looking at cards, don't worry. We're not going to introduce that part of the game as well. At 8 tenths, 7-3. You do sense though already that Usher is in control. She can be patient. But once again, when somebody does start to chase and you introduce that speed as well, really anything can happen. Those things that you relied on them doing from the beginning just start to come apart. That all being said, it's looking more and more convincing now.
4 hits the lead, and it means that Usher can afford to really commit to her actions. She has a buffer, and she knows that if Lan Su is just fractionally off, it will always be a double.
Yeah, Usher not fully passive in this, of course. She's quite happy to move out the way. However, just putting in that odd counter, sending the arm just that little bit, introduce that element of doubt, which can buy her that extra few seconds that she needs in this, or indeed get that uncertainty that means it's a double rather than an ultimate attack.
And there, Lan Su launches from out of distance. So far, in fact, that Usher misses the first, but lands on the second. She still has time to make it a single light. And it is gold for Georgina Usher of Scotland.
Yeah, fairly convincing win in the end. Same tactic working throughout. What we said just in the other weapons applies just as well here. You know, having that one or two main strategies can really see you to a fight to 10 in the veterans.
P yellow's introduced in the first minute, and then from there, Georgina Usher established a one-hit lead and built it and built it and built it. A series of touches she was able to score, and the gap just grew and grew and grew until she's come away 10-5 winner in this last event of the day, the veteran women's individual epee. Luke, thank you very much for being our guide through this match.
Or at least part of the match. Thank you very much for having me. Of course, Georgina there has come back from probably what she'd see as slight disappointment in the senior event to finally win that veterans event. I'm sure she'll be very happy.
We are now going to finish our coverage of the with the commentary, but we will be leaving the stream going because it is now time for the medal presentations of the competitions which took place today. So please join us for them. But for now, it's going to be thank you very much everyone for watching, and thank you very much, Luke Diemer.
Thank you for having me.
DT. Matt Reeves to DT.
Welcome to the podium of the finalists for the Junior Men's Foil Team Championships. The medals will be presented by Lynn Media, the referee and delegate for the Commonwealth Fencing Championships 2022. In the bronze medal position, representing Canada, Nathan Brunet, Charlie Chan, Jiang Li, and Sasha Vasiliev. Please now all stand if you are able and face the flag for the national anthem of Scotland.
Sonia, I don't know if you remember my friend Eileen. She was one of the other England team captain when we were in Cape Town. So she said to pass on her best to you.
Please welcome to the podium the medalists for the Junior Women's Epee Team Championships. Presenting the medals for the Navy's Sporton Head Secretariat of the Commonwealth Fencing Championships 2022. In the bronze medal position, representing Wales, Louise Atanach, Diane Fielding, Emily Russell and Lulu Bennett. In the other bronze medal position, representing Australia, Jenny Gillespie, Sarah Hardwick, Niall O'Neill, and Lily Whitehead. In the silver medal position, representing India, Kashmi Garg, Taniksha Kiatri, Bayanshwari Shinde and Bhagya Singh. And in the gold medal position and the Junior Women's Epee Team Champions 2022, representing England, Abigail Black, Julia Perron, Patricia Pizzana and Hannah Moore. Please now stand if you are able and place the flags for the national anthem of England. stage the medalist for the Junior Men's Team Sabre Championships. Presenting the medals for the Board Director of British Fencing and member of the organising committee for the Commonwealth Fencing Championships 2022. In the bronze medal position, representing Australia, Daniel Epee, Leo Pershaw-Costic, Puri Kalawanze, and Oscar Shi. In the other bronze medal position, representing Scotland, Josh Bryan, Jack Getz, Oshi Lindsay Doria, and Rory Clare. In the silver position, representing India, Ishika Rajesh Jaswal, Jubraj Singh William, Prince Drew Wire. And in the gold medal position, the Junior Men's Sabre Team Champions 2022, representing England, Max Brody, and Ian Merrill and Marcia Holzberg. Please now stand if you are able and place the flag for the national anthem of England.
Leave that one, leave Sonia.
The last presentation of the Junior Commonwealth Wrestling Championships will be for the India Trophy. The India Trophy is awarded to the nation scoring the most points across the Junior Championships by finishing positions. In third place, with 330 points, is Scotland. In second place, with 336 points, Australia. And in first place, with 640 points, England.
hot as well.
Yes, silver. Yeah.
Please welcome to the podium the team winners for the veteran and individual foil championships. The medals will be presented by Helen Smith, President of the Oceania Fencing Federation and member of the Directorate Technique of the Commonwealth Fencing Championships 2022. In the bronze medal position, representing England, Nick Payne. In the other bronze medal position, also representing England, Alexander Ellison. In the silver medal position, representing England, Paul Beasley. And in the gold medal position, and the veteran men's foil individual champion 2022, representing Australia, Andre Tishenko. Please now all welcome to the podium the medalists for the best finishes, age finishes in veteran men's foil. In the 40 to 49 category, representing England, Paul Beasley. In the 50 to 59 category, representing Australia, Andre Tishenko. In the 60 to 69 category, representing England, John Troiano. And in the 70 plus category, representing Australia, Richard Purdy. Please now all stand if you are able and face the flags for the national anthem of Australia.
Chapter.
Please welcome to the podium the medalists for the Veteran Women's Epee Individual Championships. The medals will be presented by Nick Chapman, England fencing representative and member of the Directoire Technique for the Commonwealth Fencing Championships 2022. In the bronze medal position, representing Wales, Ruth Silverstone. In the other bronze medal position, representing Australia, Abigail Nutt. In the silver medal position, representing Canada, Karen Lansu. And in the gold medal position, and the Veteran Women's Epee Individual Champion 2022, representing Scotland, Georgina Usher. Please now also welcome to the podium the highest placed finishers in the veteran age groups for the women's individual Epee. In 14 to 49 category, representing Canada, Karen Lansu. In the 50 to 59 category, representing Scotland, Georgina Usher. In the 60 to 69 category, representing South Africa, Glenda Peters. Please now all stand if you are able and face the flags for the national anthem of Scotland. Please welcome to the podium the competitors in the Junior Women's Epee Team Challenge. The certificates for the event will be presented by Marie-France Dufour, President of the Commonwealth Fencing Federation. In fourth place, representing NZLRSA Bot, Margaret Black, Safia Khan Patel, and Kael Masuku. In third place, representing NZLRSA Now, Barigo Ndafre Rivera, Grace Shen, Paula Signorini. In second place, representing NZLRSA